Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Pleasant good morning. You may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer. Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers. Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, select committees. Questions to secretaries. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries and assistant secretaries. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or the sitting of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business, executive business. Motion.
Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to extend on behalf of my family and this minority bench our deepest condolences to you and your family on the passing of your father. Good morning, members, Honorable Chief Secretary, Deputy Chief Secretary, secretaries, assistant secretaries, councillors and other members of the Tobago House of Assembly, Chief Administrator and other administrators, senior staff of the Tobago House of Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the public gallery, local and international audiences following this presentation on radio, television, and other live streams, members of the media, good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to join this debate. And Madam Presiding Officer, before we go forward, I would like to point out my observation that at the last sitting of the House, the motion, I did not recall it being read. So I don't know if that is a procedural arrangement that we will have to treat with, because I recall the standing orders indicating that the motion must be put and seconded before I respond.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Motion. Be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023. Copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceedings. Motion brought by the Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Members, the question proposed is, be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of these proceedings. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. For I hold you by your right hand, I, the Lord your God, and I say to you, don't be afraid. I am here to help you. This verse of scripture, Madam Presiding Officer, taken from the book of Isaiah 4:13, woke me out of my bed in the wee hours of December 7th, 2021. If you could recall, put your mind back to December 7th, that would have been the day right after the night of the elections. And this scripture has been a constant reminder that one is enough with God. Madam Presiding Officer, not only is one enough with God, but I stand on the backings of the 11,943 voters who supported the PNM in the last election. And I would like to sincerely thank them for their continued prayers and support. Madam Presiding Officer, it would be remiss of me if I didn't publicly shout out, thank, and big up my beloved residents of Darrell Spring Wim, who have proven to be a source of strength and inspiration. It is their loyal support which has ensured that the People's National Movement maintains its presence in this Assembly legislature. As it was in the days of William the Conqueror Mackenzie and the people of Bukulambo, so shall I commit to be a diligent and committed servant leader to the people of Darrell Spring Wim and Tobago in extension. I am indeed humbled by the overwhelming support I have received thus far. Your calls, your messages, and your prayers reminds me that I am not alone on this journey. Upon taking out of office, Minority Councillor Benoit and I have resolved to make you, the people of Tobago, our priority. Because you see, we recognize that politics must always be about people and putting the interests of people above your very own. See, Sunny Days enjoying it, man. Madam Presiding Officer, without a doubt, over the past 6 months, this minority team of which I lead have walked the talk, unlike those on the other side. We believe firmly that as a minority, our time is best spent meeting the people so we can have a first-hand appreciation of some of the challenges facing the ordinary man, the bread and butter people of Tobago across the island. This is a new dispensation. Madam Presiding Officer, we have interacted with persons from all walks of life. And we don't just go to them during elections, you know. We don't just share bread during elections and then run down Trinidad. But we are with the people every day, from the bars to the beaches, the blocks to the business people, to the agro-processors, to the youth, tourism stakeholders, and the rest of Tobago society. From our conversations, what stands out most is that Tobagonians simply desire their leaders to work together in the best interests of Tobago, a desire this minority commits to fulfill. Accordingly, as a minority, we have committed to support all measures, all policies, all initiatives, and all programs that are in the best interests of all Tobagonians. Madam Presiding Officer, The office of the minority leader is guided by 7 core values. We have principles on this side, namely integrity, which you don't know about, loyalty, honesty, which I'll teach you a thing or two about, empathy, not firing people callously, service orientation, transparency, not soul selecting every time you have a contract as in, all right, and inclusivity. These core values underpin our mandate to stand as guardians of the democratic process within the Tobago House of Assembly and be an advocate on all matters of democracy and governance of the island's population and resources. As such, we commit to an all-inclusive approach to representation, which encompasses unconditional advocacy in the administration of Tobago's resources. Madam Presiding Officer, the results of the December 6, 2021 elections are instructive. The people of Tobago came out in their numbers and resoundingly voted for change. Not only did the people vote for change, but the people of Tobago, young and old alike, bought into the PDP's message of putting people before politics. Now we are putting politics before people. Hook, line, and sinker, they were hoodwinked. Madam Presiding Officer, the minority acknowledge that most of us are quite new to this august chamber, and therefore, we on this side do not expect perfection from this administration. However, what we expect and wish to see, like the rest of Tobago, is transparency, accountability, inclusivity, fairness, and good governance in public affairs. And 6 months, we are still waiting for. Madam Presiding Officer, simply put, we on this side want to see this administration succeed. Believe it or not, we want to see you all do well. Because if this administration does well, then all of Tobago will benefit in some way, form, or fashion. It is for this reason we take our responsibility to monitor, evaluate, and shadow this administration with the utmost degree of seriousness. Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to congratulate in his absence the Honorable Chief Secretary on his maiden budget presentation. Crafting a budget presentation, I'm sure, is by no means easy, especially when it's over 70 pages and a painstaking 4 hours long. However, having gone through the pains of preparing a response of my own, I do in some respects sympathize with what can be a very complex process. Madam Presiding Officer, as I listened to the maiden budget presentation of the Honorable Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance, I could not help but reflect on the fact that it was 21 years ago that Mr. Orville Delano London commenced his first term as Chief Secretary. Like Mr. Augustine, Mr. London was leading a new administration into office after 20 consecutive years of DAC NAR governance of Tobago. Mr. London's Executive Council also inherited various challenges. Interestingly, in a similar fashion to Mr. Augustine, Mr. Orville London also commenced his first year as Chief Secretary and the Secretary of Finance. However, what was starkly different as I compared the PDP's first 6 months in office to the London era is that of the approach. The hallmark of Mr. London's success, undefeated, was his humility, inclusivity, and his diplomacy and collaboration. Conversely, this PDP administration has adopted a posture of arrogance towards the electorate, victimization against political opponents, and confrontation with the central government, all of which I dare say is counterproductive to the successful implementation of the many ambitious plans outlined in this budget presentation. Madam Presiding Officer, while we respect the outcome of the democratic process, what we will not stand idly by and allow is a systematic dismantling of the institution called the Tobago House of Assembly that was birthed in 1980 with the support of the PNM. In less than a year, this administration has summarily dismissed over 250 Tobagonians without due process, without a justifiable reason, and under the guise of restructuring, while hiring hundreds of their friends and families. And at this point, I want to digress because I hear every time this issue of firings come up, the two rebuttals are that, well, the PNM did dismantle the Ministry of Tobago Development. But I want to put on this record and bring clear public clarification that the People's National Movement campaigned in 2015, clearly telling all of Trinidad and Tobago that the Ministry of Tobago Development was the PP's arrangement to undermine, derail the autonomy of this very august institution we all love and serve. And it is for that reason the people of Trinidad and Tobago, including all of Tobago, resoundingly gave the PNM the mandate to remove that institution that was the Ministry of Tobago Development. Because I asked a question here today, how would you feel if such a ministry exists in Tobago at this time, where you have a PNM central government and a PDP to be a THA that is employing and that is undermining the works of the PDP? I'm sure you would have objected to that. So to come here and pretend that the situation where a PDP administration in Tobago as a policy has taken the decision that they will fire every and anything looking PNM is objectionable.
I rise to my feet on a point of order. Under Standing Orders 45, it states that subject to the provisions of these standing orders, debate on any motion, which is the budget bill, shall be relevant to such a motion. I repeat, subject to the provisions of these standing orders, debate on any motion shall be relevant to such motion, bill, assembly law, or amendment. And a member shall confine his observation to the subject under discussion. I sat here and I heard with pain a romance story about Oval London,
Members,
and he's not debating the bill. Madam Presiding Officer, this is the budget bill, not a chalala. He must have order in the House.
I am on my feet. Minority Leader, please adhere to the standing orders. I concur with Assemblyman Duke. You may continue your presentation.
Madam Presiding Officer, we are talking about the fiscal allocation, revenue and expenditure that involves job creation, and this administration has taken a clear policy to job destruction in Tobago, where they are firing Tobagonians like all our brothers and sisters in here, and I will not stand by idly and watch this administration persecute our Tobago brothers and sisters. So on that matter, it is clear we talk about issues to employ people, and this administration is terminating people at this time. So I'm clearly within the orders of the standing order.
Minority Leader.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It seems like they don't like to hear the truth. Yeah, I know it's a difficult pill to swallow.
Minority Leader, you may continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, as I speak, this moment, the halls of the Port Mall are filled with Tobagonians, I'm making it up, who are seeking redress from this tyrannical administration. It is quite abominable that in the middle of a pandemic, this administration has determined as a policy to terminate contract employment of Tobagonians without compensation, and you're trying to compare that to TSTT, but TSTT workers are going home well paid and well severed. In fact, I called a resident of mine. I was concerned about the situation, and she said, I spent 21 years in TSTT. I've given them all I can, and I'm going home well compensated. I called another gentleman I know I work out with in the gym, and I was so worried about him. And when
members, please allow the minority to continue. Minority, please be aware of the standing orders.
Thank you for the
Continue.
protection. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm sharing the experiences of our Tobago brothers and sisters. And we are talking about a situation of job creation, job termination, and I'm comparing situations because at the end of the day, one of the claims are, you see, but people are being sent home in Trinidad. So I'm trying to show them.
I understand minority, I understand all of that. I'm just asking for you to stay within the confines of the standing order. That goes to all members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I was saying, the gentleman was so disappointed that he was not part of the severance package. In fact, he said he had already started to plan, and only to find out that he did not fall within. So you can't come here and compare what you are doing to Tobagonians as to what is happening at TSTT. You campaigned on a promise of fixing this, and so far we have seen much of anything. We commend some of the ideas you put forward, even though they are simply recycled PNM plans and programs, packaged differently. Yet you accuse the very administration of the PNM of not doing anything over the past 20 years. You like that? Let me drink some water for that. No, you complain, and you say the PNM didn't do anything for 20 years, but your plans look starkly similar to that of the People's National Movement. In some cases, the ideas have been adopted in parts, and in other cases, they have been copied and pasted wholesale, shamelessly without giving credit. This issue I intend to deal with in more detail later in my presentation, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I have 4 hours in it. Truth be told, the results of the election signal the end of yet another era of the PNM in the politics of Tobago and the birth of a new course. The former PNM administration have built a strong foundation for Tobago, strong. And it now rests with this new generation of politicians to construct the walls and the roof to complete this prime 115 square miles of real estate that we all love, that is Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, it is important to note that the budget exercise to which we are now debating is but one stage in a very dynamic process. This has been recognized by every assembly since 1996. It is for this reason that the editorial in yesterday's Guardian of January 27, 2021, entitled Farley's Financial Fancy, cautions that to voice a plan as ambitious as he did on Thursday opens him up to criticism of building hopes that, as a leader, he cannot fulfill. with the very verb by which he announced them. So even public commentators recognize the pomp, the flair, the flowery words, and the vacuuminous, lack of substance presentation on Thursday. Yeah, we could edit, we could make up some words too. Madam Presiding Officer, it is for this reason the minority has concluded that the budget presentation as read by the Honorable Chief Secretary, while filled with fancy plans to wow the unsuspecting listener, is nothing short of huff and puff, pregnant with disinformation, deceit, deception, dishonesty, disingenuity, and outright hypocrisy. Madam Presiding Officer, a key element of a budget presentation feature, and I really want to turn now to, the deceit, the deception, because you see, not many people pay attention to the figures. You pay attention to the words. But we really want to be able to take Tobagonians to understand your numbers. Because when you understand your numbers, no smart man could fool you. Madam Presiding Officer, a key element of budget presentation features an updated report on the balance of allocation of financial resources of the Tobago House of Assembly at the end of the last fiscal year, as well as the allocation for fiscal 2022, the expenditure to date, and the balance of resources available to the people of Tobago, which in this instance is notably absent in this budget presentation. After 70 pages, 4 hours, I've seen no review, none whatsoever, on what is Tobago's current state of affairs. What are the numbers? Numbers don't lie. However, we are not surprised by the behavior of this deceptively dangerous PDP administration, whose leader, political leader that is, has a history of running organizations bankrupt. We just have to look at the most recent Auditor General report of the PSA. Order.
Minority Leader.
You must retract that statement completely.
Minority Leader.
That is public record. That is
Minority.
I insist.
Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, that is public record. It's in the public domain. An audit was done and it said that the accounts of the Public Service Association under the leadership
is
challenging
I am on my feet.
Oh,
This is not a fet match. No need to shout. Please remember your standing orders.
Madam Presiding Officer, again, I stand on a point of order. The rules are clear enough 45 that he is appropriating improper motives, he's using insultive language. These facts cannot stand up. I wish for him to retract that statement and continue on the budget debate. He clearly pointed out to me he's imputing improper motives and his language is offensive to me. I wish that he retract that statement and it be struck from the Hansard for future generations.
Members, minority, I tend to agree with member for Roxborough. You are encroaching on standing order 45-5. Please be guided. Retract your statement and continue.
I stand guided. However, we are all aware that the PSA audit pointed to issues. This is public information. The PSA audit pointed to issues of an account, an expenditure and revenue statement that is speaking to insolvency.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Presiding Officer. Minority
I
Leader
feel not
has a
protected in the
challenge.
house.
This can be taken to the Privileges Committee. Can we carry on with the business of the budget debate, please? Thank you.
I feel not protected in here, man.
Minority Leader, we are all guided by the standing orders. Aren't we not?
The standing order.
Aren't we not? Aren't we
I
all
didn't
guided
call
by
no
the
name.
standing
I
orders?
called no name. I showed corn and you had full corn.
Listen, if I am interrupted one more time, I will ask you to take 5 minutes to cool off. This is the business of Tobago's people, and I feel as if we are not taking it seriously. Retract the statement and move on with your presentation. Thank you.
Because numbers don't lie, I will continue. What? For
Minority Leader, retract your statement and move on with your presentation.
statement retracted.
Thank you.
For fiscal 2022, the Tobago House of Assembly requested a total of $4.727 billion from the central government, of which $3.073 billion was requested for recurrent expenditure. $1.549 billion was requested for development program expenditures. $61.4 million was requested for URP, and $43.4 million was requested for CPEP. The budgetary allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly for this fiscal year is $2.365 billion, of which $2.075 billion was allocated for recurrent expenditure, $264 million for capital expenditure, $18 million for the unemployment relief program, and $8 million for CPEP. The overall budgetary allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly for fiscal 2022 is approximately 4.5% of the national budget. This allocation to the THA is consistent with the pattern of current Minister of Finance, the Honorable Con Imbert, to allocate funds to the THA that is above the minimum stipulated by the Dispute Resolution Commission of 4.03%. The overall budgetary allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly for fiscal 2022 is approximately $223 million, or 10.5% higher than that for fiscal 2021. Disaggregated, and I want to go slowly here, Madam Presiding Officer, because we have time. As it relates to recurrent expenditure, the fiscal 2022 allocation is approximately $159 million, or 8.3% more than what was allocated in fiscal 2021. So what this is saying is that this administration has more corn to feed more fowl. This administration is playing with more money than what the previous administration had in 2021. As it relates to the development program, the budgetary allocation for fiscal 2022 is $64 million higher, which is an increase of 32% over the allocation for fiscal 2021. Notably, as it pertains to the unemployment relief program, the budgetary allocation for fiscal 2022 is $18 million, the same as was allocated for fiscal 2021. Of the overall allocation of $2.075 billion for recurrent expenditure of the Tobago House of Assembly for fiscal 2022, $672 million, or 32%, is allocated for personal expenditure, $597.6 million, or 29%, for goods and services, 790.7 million or 38% for current transfers and subsidies, and 14.9 million or 1% for minor equipment purchases. Madam Presiding Officer, in the midterm, the Minister of Finance allocated to the Tobago House of Assembly an additional sum of $60 million, bringing the total allocation of the Tobago House of Assembly to $2.425 billion. Madam Presiding Officer, a review of the last monthly expenditure report of the Tobago House of Assembly for the month of March indicates that releases to the Assembly of $1.157 billion and expenditure of $1.027 billion. This results in an initial balance as of March of $129.953 million, and taken together provides the Tobago House of Assembly with a flow of funds remaining of over $1.338 billion to carry us through the next 3 months. What this means, Madam Presiding Officer, is that the Tobago House of Assembly is sufficiently resourced to meet its current obligations, and this guise, this misstatement, disinformation that the Tobago House of Assembly have no money is a clear example of the disinformation and dishonesty of this administration. A further examination of the rate of recurrent expenditure suggests a significant balance at the end of the fiscal year. As such, there can be no measurable explanation for withholding payment to suppliers for goods and services who possess verifiable and legitimate invoices. Pay the people. You owe the people, pay the people. You have the money. This glaring infraction is another instance of the deceit, victimization, and spite being inflicted on the people of Tobago by this PDP administration. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, yet again, the Chief Secretary has been caught misleading the people of Tobago when he claimed that the Minister of Finance was in contravention of the Dispute Resolution Commission with respect to the supplemental funding. The overall budgetary allocation to Tobago, including the $60 million supplemental transfer, is $2.425 billion. And when compared to the total national budgetary allocation, including the additional $3.8 billion supplemental funding, amounts to $55.51 billion, which represents an overall allocation percentage for Tobago of 4.37%, which is well, and I repeat, which is well within the minimum 4.03% band established by the Dispute Resolution Commission. Dishonest, disingenuous, and dangerous. The threat to take the government to court because the government somehow breach or break the law, but the numbers just don't lie. In the words of Patrick Augustus Manning, it raises a question, Madam Presiding Officer. If this Chief Secretary cannot speak the truth in all things, imagine what they will do in big things. Imagine what they will do in big things. Madam Presiding Officer, I turn to the Chief Secretary's presentation of modernizing the Assembly's financial reporting architecture. Yet again, this Chief Secretary shamelessly attempts to own, or rather hijack, the Integrated Financial Management Information System project as his very own initiative undertaken without giving any credit to the previous administration. Accordingly, Madam Presiding Officer, please permit me to set the record straight and reference the 2021 budget statement. The Integrated Financial Management Information System project, called IFMIS, is part of the Public Sector Investment Program Policy Initiative to modernize the Assembly's financial infrastructure and architecture. The project is well underway, and to quote directly from the 2021 budget statement, section 3.7, not suggesting malfeasance by any means, but recognizing that our systems were antiquated, we embarked on a program to re-engineer and modernize our accounting systems, aimed at increasing efficiency, accountability, transparency, real-time decision-making, ultimately eliminating the use of a manual accounting system. That was 2021. Who was the administration at the time? The People's National Movement. Even further, Madam Presiding Officer, section 3.7 of the 2021 budget statement goes on to state that, and I quote, the requirements and specification documents for the budget cycle and the public sector investment program were completed, and a risk management workshop on the IFMIS was facilitated by the IDB. The Assembly is committed to the public financial management modernization and best practice, as well as integrity and accountability, and we are working diligently to ensure this project is completed in the most efficient and timely manner, end of quote. So, Madam Presiding Officer, if this is not intellectual dishonesty, I do not know a case more worthy of such qualification, as yet another clear example of this administration's attempt to mislead the people of Tobago. However, we on this side are none the least surprised, because while they were telling Tobagonians that the PNM did absolutely nothing for Tobago, they are now in government and realizing how difficult it is to do new things, so they are simply borrowing PNM ideas. And you're using them? Madam Presiding Officer, another clear example is the strides the PNM have made in education and building our human capital potential. Our island has seen a drastic improvement in education since the PNM administration assumed office in 2001. This is certainly not a novel concept, since there has been funding provisions for Tobagonians to access tertiary education programs under the Financial Assistance Program of the Department of Advanced Training and Advisory Services. We have also established IT literacy and walk-in centers in various communities on the island, including Bagatelle, Buku, Bonaccord, and Blackrock, so that residents may access online and distance educational programs. We have facilitated greater participation of Tobago students in tertiary education through special arrangements with several providers, including the University of Trinidad and Tobago, the University of the West Indies, Cipriani College of Labor and Corporate Studies, the University of the Southern Caribbean, the Arthur Lott Jack Graduate School of Business, to name a few. We were poised to expand the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Institute to a full-fledged university, having recently completed the feasibility study. I hope you all borrow that as well, because it's an excellent idea for Tobago. The number of persons on the island that have accessed tertiary education over the last 20 years increased from 5% pre-2001 to now 20%. Madam Presiding Officer, some of us sitting in this very house lot of us sitting in this house, have benefited from the higher education opportunities afforded to us by the PNM-led administration. Madam Presiding Officer, I personally go to the Scarborough Hospital with a sense of pride, knowing many of the medical professionals employed at that hospital were either former classmates or relatives. That did not happen by accident. This policy of advanced training for Tobagonians, and we are giving credit where credit is due, started under the Hochoy Charles administration and was expanded by the Orville London PNM regime. Madam Presiding Officer, you see the distinguished leaders from Mr. Hochoy Charles to Mr. Orville London to Mr. Kelvin Charles to Mr. Ansel Dennis understood that governance is a continuum that can be likened to a relay, and each administration should recognize the point at which they received the baton, appreciating the ground that was covered in the previous legs of the race. Madam Presiding Officer, the intention of this administration to develop a technologically driven, innovative, productive, resilient, and competitive economy is by no means a new or novel idea. We have established the Tobago Information Technology Limited that provides support and ICT literacy training programs in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, as the minority, we welcome the announcement of an increase in the salary for workers of CPEP, URP, and the reforestation program. In fact, and let me share a little history of the CPEP program. This CPEP program was born right here in Tobago and was started by this PNM administration. It was previously called CEP, the Community Empowerment Program, and was later expanded. So if CPEP workers are getting a raise, we welcome that, because life is about development, and development is a process of ongoing growth and expansion. We didn't have the time, it was coming. We didn't.
Members, minority, please allow the minority to continue with his presentation.
Thank you for the protection, Madam Presiding Officer. I feel like I have to get to security or something on this side. Madam Presiding Officer, as a matter of fact, it is our hope that all categories of workers, including those working at current minimum wage levels, will receive an increase in salaries in the shortest possible time to cope with both rising food prices and the rising fuel prices. Madam Presiding Officer, however, one cannot help but wonder, given that the requested allocation in the estimates remained at $8 million for URP, the question is, how would such an increase be sustained? And I would hope that the Secretary of Finance or the relevant line secretary will be able to explain to and give some level of comfort to the URP worker, the CPEP worker, that this is not just political grandstanding, and you can indeed maintain and sustain that salary and they won't be paid late. Madam Presiding Officer, not only is the minority concerned for these vulnerable workers that they may experience delays in their payment, or even worse, retrenchment, I want to simply say to CPEP workers, URP workers, reforestation workers, be very wary of this deceptive administration. Because you see, half of what you see with these people is just an illusion. Most of what you hear is neither near nor far from the truth. Madam Presiding Officer, the members opposite, when they sat on this side of the House, always boasted that their budgets will always be prefaced with the amount of jobs they intend to create per year. And this is where I'm referring again, jobs. Yet, I've searched nearly and I've searched farly and in every nook and cranny for this fantasy of jobs for everybody. And yet again, it appears to be all but illusionary. Dishonesty, disingenuity, huff and puff, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the more you interrogate this statement and compare the words to the figures, one cannot help but conclude that the maths just ain't mathsing, the maths just not mathsing. Madam Presiding Officer, the public servants of the THA have asked me to ask this administration, through you, where is this ex gratia payment? Where is this ex gratia payment? You promised the people the thing since Christmas, where it is. I look, I listen, not a word in this budget. Where is the ex gratia payment that you promised the public servants? I think it's 10,000. I listened intently to the Chief Secretary, and yes, not one word mention of this campaign promise. But I see you all with the unions, and I hope the unions would advocate on behalf of the workers and ask you all that difficult question. Where is the ex gratia payment? And why you all are firing workers? I hope the unions, in your quiet spaces, will ask you those questions. Madam Presiding Officer, I would also like to highlight some inconsistencies seen in the statement presented last Thursday, one of which is the idea for the blue economy. One of the plans stated is to upgrade all fishing facilities to ensure they are HACCP compliant or meet international up-to-date food safety standards and be functionally effective. This is also an initiative of the PNM in their 2021 manifesto, where they sought the continuation of facilitating compliant fish markets, fishing centers, and landing sites, including the reconstruction of the Pallitivere jetty. While it was shared that the fishing industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, there was no clear plan on how we would tap into this industry to generate real revenue. How much do you plan to invest in funding to truly have this industry contribute to the island's GDP? The capital of paradise that the PDP is now trying to lay claim to as their initiative was fully renovated in December of 2021, and all payments were made by the previous TATCO board. Therefore, it was the PNM's visionary policy that saw the need to invest in this type of long-haul fishing vessel. It was the PNM who bought the vessel, that is undisputable. Madam Presiding Officer, I seek your protection, please.
Members, please allow the minority to continue. Members, please. Minority, go ahead.
Under the Presiding Officer, I feel I might have to send a letter to the public safety that it's shouting, because I really need protection in here. Madam Presiding Officer, see, permit me to turn my attention to this administration's approach to resuscitating our tourism sector. The Secretary highlighted in section 4.55 that there are not sufficient high-end rooms. The question is, when did you come to this reality? Where were you before? When did you wake up? The sad thing about this situation is that the PDP is now trying to fix the very thing that you obstructed and destroyed. Sandals was a game changer for Tobago. And the PDP leader was the one front and center taking credit for derailing the Sandals project. I remember his words, "Sandals, you could go, but I would call you back when I'm in government." That was the words of the political leader of the PDP. They celebrated when Sandals pulled out because all they were seeing was the politics with little care for the people, unconcerned about the competitiveness of our tourism product across the islands. I would like to draw reference to an article written by the Gleaner in 2016, which spoke to the revenue generation, airlift traffic, and employment opportunities of such an investment on the island of Grenada, another small island developing state like ourselves, with a population twice the size of ours. The Sandals Resort International's entry into the Eastern Caribbean island is credited for the 19% increase in stopover tourist arrivals in the last 3 years. Sandals further, it brought about employment of 500 persons on the island. I quote directly from the article that not only has the country seen an increase in visitors, but service quality, one of the biggest complaints here in Tobago is our ability to provide consistent quality service. And the presence of Sandals in Grenada ensured that the service quality improved considerably, while linkages have been strengthened, particularly between the small agricultural, fishing sector and the resort. So not only did the tourism sector improve and benefited, but also they saw benefits for the farmer, for the fisherman, and for all the other auxiliary services. There have also been further opportunities in terms of attractions and tours and exposure to other elements that are Grenada. So the concept and the misinformation, disinformation that was spreading, that, you know, persons would just come and stay in the hotel and nobody else on the island would benefit, is an absolute myth. Does not exist. The entire island benefits because not only does the persons who are coming to the hotel benefit, but the other hotels benefit as well, because not everybody that go on the plane is coming to Grenada or going to Sandals. What you do is provide access. You are able to attract more airlines, and when you are able to provide access to the destination, you would still have your backpackers coming, you would still have your other leisure persons coming, and they may not want to be in an all-inclusive hotel. They may not even be able to afford an all-inclusive hotel. But what the benefit of having a Sandals does for a destination is that it drives access, and with access provides opportunity for increase in tourism. You're now trying to embrace Marriott, but even Marriott you didn't want. So it's kind of disingenuous, highly hypocritical for you to come here now and pretend that you want to build out more rooms when you were the one preventing more rooms from coming to Tobago. Sandals is the gem of resorts in the Caribbean. It's the most well-known brand in the Caribbean, and we run that out of here. You, the people, the PDP, run that out of here. As it relates to income generation for the hoteliers, it was seen that every hotel on the island now benefited from new carriers, such as Condor, Air Canada, JetBlue, and Delta. On our very own, we would not be able to attract these airlines. But because Sandals have the brand relationship, they are able to pull these kind of airlines to our destination. Local tour operator Edwin Frank even stated that it has been a win-win situation with a multiplying effect, directly and indirectly. It speaks volumes, and using the terminology, trickling effect would be putting it mildly. So the small man benefited to the point that the small man is saying it is a win-win situation. But we here in Tobago have to be mourning a lose-lose. Nobody won. Because the tourism sector is struggling, while at the same time we lost the opportunity to have a development such as the Sandals. I'm seeing Tobagonians going to Curacao, where Sandals would have took their things and carried it over to, and enjoying it. But we here in Tobago cannot boast that we have a Sandals type resort, a resort that tourists is familiar with, that brings brand familiarity. Because when you are familiar with the brand, when there is confidence in the brand, then people would come. Nobody can leave in their country to come and not sure of the type of accommodation they would get. They would leave and come when they are certain that there are some brand elements that they can look forward to and would guarantee them that their stay is quite comfortable. I now turn to section 4.46 and 4.47, which speaks to investments. Once again, the Chief Secretary is spreading disinformation and misleading Tobagonians. The lands, and I want to speak to the lands at Rocky Point because I was on the ETEC board at one point in time. And you see, what the Chief Secretary did not tell Tobagonians is that the lands at Rocky Point are indeed vested with the Evolving Technologies Limited Company, ETEC. So the lands are not vested with the Tobago House of Assembly at this time. And ETEC, as you know, is a state enterprise of the government. And that has been something way back since, since 1962. That has been around, that arrangement where the lands were vested with the state. Who also, and as you know, ETEC also manages Magdalena Grand Resort, so the arrangement is nothing new. Therefore, such collaboration between the state and the THA is nothing new or unusual. Therefore, it is for that reason the preliminary stage of this engagement was managed by the company that which the lands were legally vested. The government of Trinidad and Tobago and the THA were equal partners in this arrangement, because at the end of the day, the project was implemented for the benefit of boosting Tobago's tourism sector, creating employment and business for the people of Tobago. I now move on to section 4.51, which highlights the creation of a tourism cross-sectional committee to be established. Madam Presiding Officer, yet again, I'd like to bring to the attention of the administration that this committee is already in existence, and therefore it is disingenuous of this administration to trump this committee as something new. Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to turn my attention to education, one of my favorite divisions. One of the critical member for Better Zalekoto. One of the critical issues with our education system is that of the poor performance of our students leaving primary school and heading to secondary school. Instructional coaches were introduced to work principally with teachers in mathematics and English under the Charles-led administration. A curriculum was prepared for the students who scored 30% and below. Unless specific attention is directed towards this group of students, they may turn out to be unproductive and a potential burden to the society. If this administration truly desires to cater to all students, you have to ensure that plans are laid out to target these students in a specific and measurable way. As it relates to training for teachers, any such plan should speak to the attitudes of our educators to cater to all students, no matter their ability. Nothing in the education statement was tangible or suggested any initiatives by which one can measure outcomes. Madam Presiding Officer, I now turn to healthcare delivery. The Secretary was once considered, and probably still considered, a health expert. when she sat on this side, the minority side. She pontificated on all things health. Now that she's on the other side, our healthcare delivery is at its lowest ebb, characterized by long waiting lines, poor healthcare delivery, and high mortality, and inefficient ambulance service, and the list goes on and on and on, Madam Presiding Officer. The healthcare providers are trying their very best, but this secretary appears to be missing on the job. She's not answering calls. She barely wants to see the public, putting up Friday only, as if she's doing the public a favor. It is the people's taxpayer paying dollars that are paying you, Madam Secretary. So, Madam Presiding Officer, is it a lack of empathy for the people, or is it that the Secretary is just tired? What is the real status of the Roxborough Hospital? Why are services still not yet in full operation as promised? Where are the smart objectives? They like that word, smart objectives. Where are the smart objectives, Madam Secretary? I know you like that word. You used to champion it plenty when you sat on this side. Measurables, smart, yeah man. Madam Presiding Officer, the topic of autonomy seems to be only important to this PDP administration in furtherance of their political ambitions and nothing less. The PDP, after derailing the autonomy bill, is yet to clearly articulate a clear position on what kind of governance system they want for Tobago. The PDP seem to have three distinctly varying positions by its three leaders. Much like the animal farm, Squealer wants federation, Snowball wants secession, but wants to be Prime Minister of Trinidad, both at the same time. And well, Napoleon playing right down the middle. He neither here nor there. Madam Presiding Officer, this is the kind of games this administration is playing with a matter that captures the imagination of every Tobagonian, fought for by every leader of Tobago, from the days of James Bigart, to A.N.R. Robinson, to Hotroy Charles, to Orville London, to Kelvin Charles. And this matter that every Tobagonian takes particular interest in seems to be only but a political game for this administration. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration boasts about fixing Tobago and engaging in meaningful investments, which in turn generates revenue. Yet this very administration would have impeded efforts for this island's development, as I referenced the Sandals project. They have even set out to derail the airport project, as well as the marina project at Cove. The Secretary of Infrastructure has already placed in the public domain an expression of interest for a marina in northeast of Tobago, which ironically was celebrated by this current administration for its designation as a UNESCO designated biosphere reserve. Is this the same administration that announced in its budget the commencement of a spatial development plan? Was this designation considered in addition to the provisional Blue Flag tourism designation before Kings Bay Estate was chosen for this marina development? Is this a case of putting the jack before the donkey? Or simply a case of governance by VAPs? Your guess is as good as mine. Madam Presiding Officer, we need to be mindful that what was presented last Thursday was a mere wish list, as it is notably referred to in this previous budget responses by the member for Roxborough Delaford. We need to manage and I want to caution this administration that you need to manage your expectations with the allocation to be given to the Tobago House of Assembly to manage the affairs of the island that we hope would advance the lives of all Tobagonians, where they will feel empowered and continue on the path of sustainable development. Madam Presiding Officer, the member for Palliative for Lansford Speyside would always caution, admonish, and suggest that, I quote, "As an assembly, we have to sit and in a very reasonable way and figure out how we, as an assembly, will find the budgets that we wish for." Even further, Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy indicated in his 2021 budget response that from the past budgets, the Tobago House of Assembly does not receive its full allocation from the central government. I remember the member for Roxburgh Delaford telling the previous administration, "Lower your gaze." So why aren't our gaze not lowered? Why are we trying to repeat the very same things that we criticized? Isn't that the definition of hypocrisy? Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to ask the member for Palliative Lansford Speyside and the now Secretary for Finance, Trade and Economy, if his expectations are not met come September, what are your plans if you do not get your requested allocation? What are your priorities? And it would be very instructive to hear what are the priorities of this administration, because I believe if we are doing a budget, yes, you may ask for a little bit more than what you would get, but you should have a clear and defined outline as to what are the things that are very, very important, absolutely you must do, absolutely. What are the things you might do, and what are the things that you can put off? So you have it coded. You may have red, yellow, and green, so that there's a clear process and a clear identification that whatever comes, we as Tobagonians will be able to continue to live and prosper here in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, another troubling situation was an antiquated, antagonistic, combative approach undertaken by the Chief Secretary in his relationship with the central government. It is strange that this is his posture, given the fact that the Prime Minister has led from the front and had led his cabinet to meet with this Chief Secretary and his team to maximize the potential to foster a smooth transition for the oncoming administration. In fact, I recall the former administration used to receive their budgetary allocation month to month because they understood the dire circumstances of the economy of the country. And they worked together as partners to ensure that we in Tobago also held a brunt of the challenges and worked in partnership. Now that this administration is in power, they are actually getting advanced allocations and according to the law, and we commend that because that is the legal arrangement. However, it also goes to show that this administration of the central government of the PNM is willing to give Tobago its fair share regardless who sits in the seat. Madam Presiding Officer, ministries, board of directors, major state enterprises and state agencies have met with the Chief Secretary and other secretaries. Therefore, I would recommend that the Chief Secretary temper his rhetoric, and I wish to advise him to adopt a more consultative approach to his relationship with the central government. Madam Presiding Officer, as minority, my vision is to see an empowered Tobago driven by people-centered, sustainable, and innovative policies engendered to create opportunities for all Tobagonians. Not for some, but for all. Madam Presiding Officer, this Tobago dream is one where the people of Tobago are seen as the island's greatest assets, and therefore everything that we set out to do must be for the people of Tobago, by the people of Tobago, and of the people of Tobago. It means empowering our families and our communities so that our villages can once again truly raise our children. As Tobagonians, we must ensure that our indigenous Tobago residents' interests are preserved at all costs. Simply put, Tobagonians must have preference to the opportunities available here in Tobago. As a minority, my Tobago dream involves the creation of sound and sustainable policies that are relevant beyond the exploration of those who created them. In essence, sustainability simply means that whatever we do, whatever we build and develop, should be not only to the benefit of our generation, but future generations alike. It therefore requires us as leaders and residents alike to not simply plan for ourselves, but plan for others in mind. Madam Presiding Officer, I dream of a Tobago where we create the enabling environment that will stimulate the productive potential of Tobagonians to innovate and transform Tobago to the greatest island in the world, to the benefit of all Tobagonians. This dream is made real only if we can divorce ourselves from the trivialities of partisanship and favoritism, where one is employed because one is the best fit for the job, rather than the loudest party supporter. The infrastructural facilities afforded to the people in the West are the same infrastructural facilities afforded to the people in the East. The issues of the district of the minority will receive the same level of priority in the areas of the majority. This vision I extend to all right-thinking citizens of Tobago as a credible alternative to what currently exists. Madam Presiding Officer, my budget response is framed around the theme, empowering Tobagonians through sustainable and innovative policies, providing opportunities for all, everybody, regardless of race, religion, politics, creed, face, color, whatever you have. Once you are Tobagonian, once you are a resident of Tobago, the opportunities belong to each of you. We feel strongly about the development of Tobago that allows for all citizens to enjoy a way of life that makes them feel proud to be a Tobagonian. When we speak to sustainability, and that is to ensure that policies are implemented that do not impede the development of future generations, I believe that in order to build out Tobago to the greatest little island, we must first start by empowering families and providing opportunities for all. Families that are empowered and are given opportunities to be constructive and active participants on the island will aid in creating stronger communities. This in turn would lead to an overall increase in productivity in society, and then we can see a sustainable, productive, and equitable society. This, Madam Presiding Officer, is my vision, which I will speak to. And I just want to provide, for the benefit of the records and the people of Tobago, through you, Madam Presiding Officer, some highlights of what this vision of people-centered, sustainable, innovative policy for all looks like. Social protection. We would focus on our seniors, because they say the society, if you can care for your elders, a society is measured by the way you care for your seniors and your elders. And therefore it is important that we believe that our seniors, we should provide adequate and suitable care for seniors by the establishment of 2 senior care centers, one in the East and one in the West. Re-establishment, and you're free to borrow them, you know. Re-establishment of the roving caregiver program in every district to ensure our seniors are cared for during the day at their homes. Launch of the orphan grant, and we are saying it could be a threshold of about $1,200 to $1,800 given to persons deemed the lawful guardian of a child under 18, based on their needs assessment. Launch of the single parent training and empowerment program called STEP, that provides free daycare service, paid skills training and apprenticeship program. Establish relief homes specifically for victims of domestic abuse in collaboration with NGOs. We establish employee counseling support program in all divisions so that employees can get that psychosocial support. Launch the Big Brother Men's program because we believe more attention needs to be paid to our men and boys. Launch of the iCare Community Mentorship Program, where we would see persons as mentors in the program adopting various families to ensure that these families get the required support. Youth employment and underemployment, that's a very serious issue at this time. And we are suggesting that to help with this challenge, we launch a private sector apprenticeship program, which provides the private sector with employment, where the THA will match the subsidized salary by 50% for youth deemed 18 to 30 years and single parents. So this would help the private sector to build and provide them with the requisite employee support. Remove the burdensome experience criteria which discriminates against young professionals qualifying for management level employment. Oftentimes when you look at advertisement, persons are certified, but they are discriminated against because these policies of the old that speaks to meritocracy does not recognize the young professionals. So we are saying, as a policy, the THA should consider removing those barriers to young persons being able to qualify for managerial positions by either limiting their year qualification to move it from sometimes as high as 10 to as low as perhaps 3 years or so. Establish a succession planning program in the THA where all contracted staff who attains the age of 58 is paired with an understudy for 2 years so as to ensure knowledge transfer to young professionals. Creation of 300 jobs through the expansion of the private sector as well as the establishment of the productive special purpose companies of the THA. Madam Presiding Officer, housing and settlements. Construction of 1,000 starter homes, specifically for persons earning less than $6,000 monthly. Because you know, one of the cries of persons who are low-income owners is that it's very difficult to get the loan funding to start their own home. So these homes would be sometimes 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and you will provide extra foundation so that when the person, these are all plans in our 2021 manifesto, we would have done it. I'm giving you all ideas because you all are devoid of ideas. You all are devoid of ideas. Madam Presiding Officer, I seek your protection.
Protection from what, Minority Leader? Continue. Continue.
Wow.
Members, allow him to continue, please. Continue, Minority.
Free legal support for land titles registration. A land sharing program where families can put up and own a plot of land and maintain, that will ensure that we maintain traditional Tobago settlement values. Because you know, oftentimes we have families that prefer to all settle among themselves in one space. So this program would allow it to allow persons and families to be able to all purchase land together. Policy to incentivize designated sport and cultural ambassadors with the allocation of housing solutions. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, I raise this point. I have no issue with us recognizing our sporting heroes. But the policy must not be in silos. It cannot be in VAPs. What is wrong with Kenya? What is wrong with Kellyanne? What is wrong with Akeem Stewart?
Members.
Madam, and so, Madam Presiding Officer, what we are saying is that such an announcement should be backed by a clear policy so that the others don't feel left out. The people dealt with the PNM and the same way the people will deal with you. The people are already saying it, one term, one done. As the need for food security becomes more and ever glaring, there should be areas of focus to amend this. Revolutionizing access to effective land preparation, create commercial chillers for farmers for rent and further incentivize local food storage capabilities. Fertilizer like feed should become a component for expanded storage to reduce the cost. Tobago Farmers Irrigation Project should continue and expanded. Farmers Market in Roxburgh, we know that the PNM would have initially set up to make the one down at Shaw Park, and now we are saying that Roxburgh, we should look at a space there. Since the member for Roxburgh, Argyle, is always absent from his district, perhaps the Secretary for Agriculture could help him and set up a farmers market in Roxburgh. Youth development in agriculture, and we're also proposing the construction of a feed mill because this is pivotal to livestock using indigenous raw materials. Tourism. One of the first challenges I believe we need to tackle when it comes to the issue of tourism is doing a comparative product audit to identify product offering gaps in Tobago as compared to the rest of the Caribbean. What this means is that we must be able to do a SWOT analysis to look at what the other islands are offering, look at what we are offering, and see where the gaps lie. Private-public construction of a cruise port. Development of a retirement village in Northside Tobago to attract retirees. We believe this concept is a novel one and would ensure that the island can do some tourist specification, so we'll be able to target the seniors in terms of this retirement village. Development of an eco-resort to cater specifically to the European tourists who are becoming increasingly environmentally conscious with accommodation and food. Well, we know we have a number of customer service, but we are saying that this program should be made available and online to all residents over 18. Establishment of an integrated tourism booking and tour reward system for all stakeholders. Youth and sport. Establishment of the Tobago Youth Development Company to act as the executive and the executing arm of the Department of Youth so that youth organizations can get more efficient support. One of the key features of this Tobago Youth Development Company is that it will be managed and operated by young people themselves. Development of a sport academy to act as an incubator in Tobago to manage the holistic development of all Tobago-based elite athletes from the playing field to them becoming a professional athlete. Establishment of the Tobago Community Sport and Recreational Model, where sport development will be taken back to the grassroots of every community and sports will become a daily way of life again, with competitions at all age group levels taking place every weekend. I'm sure my good friend, Secretary Pollard, can relate to this model, the Park and Rec model in the United States. Engagement of leading athletes as sporting ambassadors to promote Destination Tobago, as well as the accommodation incentive policy for high-performing sport and cultural ambassadors, like the persons Duvon Stewart, Kenya Cordner, Kellyanne Baptiste, Simoy Hackett. These ambassadors, these sons of our soil, should be properly accommodated and remunerated as well. Innovation and technology. Establish a standalone division. We believe that the business of innovation and technology requires more attention than simply being a department in a division. The world is moving towards a digitized system, a digitized global environment. And therefore, if we do not put in the type of infrastructural architecture, Tobago will be left behind. Accordingly, we are promoting for the consideration of this executive that perhaps we do away with the office of the Deputy Ambassador for Trinidad, the office of the Deputy Ambassador for Trinidad, and we create and establish a standalone division of investment, innovation, and technology, which will manage Cove and all other parks to come. Establish an innovation and technology park in Southwest Tobago, where leading tech companies will be invited to set up a smart resort destination. This resort town will be designed specifically to attract the leading innovators and tech content creators, leveraging the unique ambience of a resort-type environment and our warm and welcoming weather to stimulate creativity. The presence of these tech companies will be leveraged to develop a modern and digitized public administration system through the Assembly and the island. And going with this is our recommendation since the time we brought that motion treating with remote workforce policy to also establish free Wi-Fi access throughout Tobago so that would drive that policy of remote workforce, persons working from home. Education, we are saying and proposing that early childhood education should be a thing that is free to all children in Tobago. Because one of the issues as pointed out in our education system is that persons are leaving primary school without the basics, numeracy and literacy skills. And therefore, perhaps some of this is as a result of persons not having that foundation at a very early level. And the reason why some of them may not have that foundation at a very early level is because their parents simply cannot afford to send them to or pay to get quality early childhood care. So we are saying create a seamless, free early childhood education system so that the curriculum is similar all across the board, and the child in Speyside gets the same type of early childhood education as the child in Canaan. Culture and performing arts. Establishment of a cultural ambassador fund. Incentives for locally produced films. Travel grants for artists performing outside of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to submit the following recommendations. The most critical thing required at this time is under health is the appointment of the TRHA board to improve corporate governance and efficiency. I hope when my former colleague, member for Belgarden Glamorgan, comes to address us, that she would give us a status on the Tobago Regional Health Authority that is long outstanding. A predictable and realistic budgetary allocation for the TRHA. Madam Presiding Officer, it is our respectful view that $600 million is insufficient to effectively resource the primary, secondary, and tertiary facilities of the TRHA, including the operationalization of Roxborough Hospital and Moriah Health Center in a period of emerging infectious diseases such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. Strengthening of institutional frameworks within the health system. Review of standard operating procedures. Development of KPIs for all levels of management. Review of healthcare quality control management systems. Expansion of clinical services to include orthopedic services, etc. Enhancing services such as oncology to meet the increasing demands. establishment of a Tobago-based arm of the Medical Board for seamless and timely processing of licensing and other certification needs, a dollar-for-dollar medical assistance grant in addition to the emergency medical assistance grant to assist Tobagoans waiting on procedures at state health institutions for a period exceeding 3 months and desirous to access the service privately. And the reason why we are promoting this specialized dollar-for-dollar medical assistance grant is because the way how the emergency medical assistance grant is set up, once the service is offered in the public institution, then you are unable to access the grant privately. So we are saying if the system isn't working, if the system is taking too long, then if the person can't have the means to start something, then we should help them along the way. This is a new PNM. This is a minority leader that has his first chance and will do things differently. Madam Presiding Officer, so I have nothing to be ashamed of, nothing at all. We are proud of our history. We are proud of the development of Tobago across the length and breadth. I remember Tobago, and I'm sure the member for Plymouth will remember that Bailey Bridge in Plymouth, one-way board, that was pre-2001. And then the People's National Movement came into power, and now cars could fly into Plymouth. That is PNM's development. Madam Presiding Officer, this is about a mere highlight of the alternative plans and recommendations that the minority is advancing for consideration at this time, as we seek to work with the executive to achieve the best and most realistic outcome for all of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, as the minority leader, who is a proud member of the party that was the most recent former administration, I'm aware that the easy rebuttal, as I'm hearing right now, is to say why this was not implemented then. However, I want this executive administration of the PDP to know that every leader comes with his personal style, his vision, and I represent a new and different PNM in Tobago at this time. The gentleman sitting opposite to me, he also sat like this. The gentleman who sat, and now he's the chief secretary, and you have to watch him. You have to take instructions from him. So you don't have to always carry the leadership post up front, but it does come. Just do the work. Madam Presiding Officer, before I bring my maiden budget presentation response to a close, I am reminded of the words of our foremost national intellectuals who said, "Those who come after us must appreciate that they stand on the shoulders of those who went before them, and that it is important to see what challenges their predecessors faced, standing as if they were in their shoes and looking at the world through their eyes at the time. Doing so only makes all of us humble, realizing that change does not come easily or quickly. It is therefore humbling to stand on the shoulders of great leaders of the past who have graced these hallowed halls, having served with humility, dignity, and have paved the way for all of us to enjoy the rights and privileges as well as our freedoms and quality of life. If we fail to remember our history, people know nothing about history now, we are doomed to make the mistakes of the past. As I stand, I reaffirm my commitment as leader on this side of the House, yes, minority leader, to advance this island's development and to preserve the gains and advances that we have made as a people, as an island, and as a nation. It is Tobago first and party after on this side. We are going to put Tobago first and party after. Not fire people first and then think party after. Madam Presiding Officer, This has been a very humbling morning for me, and I thank you and I thank the people of Tobago for the opportunity to place this contribution on public record.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Delia? Delia.
You listen to the debate now.
Are you talking to you?
You made no contribution at all.
I talk.
You listen to
You are but one. You are but one.
Members? Member for Bell Garden, you may join the debate.
Talk to them, Dr. K. Talk to them, Secretary. Talk to them. Talk to them. Educate them.
Madam Presiding
Tell them
Officer,
things. Tell them things.
thank you for allowing me to join the first debate of the first budget presented by this Progressive Democratic Patriots administration. I would like to start by congratulating my dear colleague, the Chief Secretary,
Yeah.
and Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy for a stellar budget presentation. I understand that there are people in Trinidad who are still speaking in amazement at how forward-thinking and how visionary and how, for the people and how refreshing, yes, that budget was that you presented on Thursday. Congratulations. Madam Presiding Officer, I am deciding as I stand which direction I should go. Because I had come prepared to speak about what is happening at the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, and of course the Tobago Regional Health Authority. But after listening to the Minority Leader, I am a teeny weeny bit confused. Yeah, just a teeny weeny bit. I am trying to figure out, Madam Presiding Officer, if all of us in this room knows that the PDP has been in office since December. And I am also trying to figure out if, and yes, I know you keep saying it because you want to prevent us from saying it. But my dear ex-principal came into power in 2001?
Yes, that's correct.
2001. 2001.
4 consecutive terms.
4 consecutive terms.
Excellent.
And
Wasted years.
you're the organization that is represented by the Minority Leader was in control of this Tobago House of Assembly up until December? So I am wondering, Madam Presiding Officer, if he recognizes
Member,
that everything...
Minority Leader, please,
Thank you.
pay the same courtesy.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am wondering, my dear friend, if you recognize that when we speak about our young people not doing well in school and the poor tourist numbers and not mapping the tourist attractions and all of that stuff, that you laid out, that sounds so nice and sounds so simple and sounds so easy to do you realize that up to December, the organization that you sit here proudly representing that you campaigned for, had the opportunity to do every single one of those things that you just spent time talking about? Maybe it is because, and I am really happy that the minority leader has indicated that yes, some of the things that we spoke about, or that the Chief Secretary spoke about on Thursdays, are things that have been written in plans and manifestos, but the reason we need to speak about them now, and the reason we need to talk about them now, and the reason we need to put them in 2023 is because they were never done. Promises never materialize. The organization that you represent, and I will say it again, promises never materialize. I look back at some of the budgets over the last couple of years, because we're talking about a 3.97 billion budget being lofty. But I look back at the budget that was read in June 2016, 5.39 billion. June 2017, billion, 4.91 billion. 2018, 4.58 billion. 2019, 4.71 billion. The budget that was presented last week is what? 3.7. So when we talk about 3.97, so when we talk about, Madam Presiding Officer, the need for us to temper ourselves on this side, what I recognize is a continual wish of the promises never materialize organization to say to the people of Tobago that you all need to keep accepting absolute bare minimum. Absolute bare minimum is what you are telling the people of Tobago. Because we have recognized that what you have been saying is the people on this side who have asked for 3.97 billion, and we have asked for 6.9%, which, by the way, and I'm going to say it again because it seems like we continue to forget it, the Dispute Resolution Commission, just before Mr. Charles demitted office in 2000, indicated that we can get from the central government between 4.03 and 6.9%, which means right now, without any new laws, we are able to get 6.9%. Madam Presiding Officer, I understand that what I am saying is very, very, very disturbing, which is why you can continue to try to disturb me and to try to derail this.
This is the last time I'm going to be saying this. Please allow for members who are making their presentations to have their presentations be made without any interruptions. Please, everyone. Continue.
Thank you again, Madam Presiding Officer. We can get, and I will say it again, at this point, if we look at all of the estimates, all of the $3.97 billion, because it really does represent the 6.9% of what we estimate the national budget to be. Because in 2000, there was a ruling that said we can get up to 6.9%. So we will say to those on the other side that if whole last year you were telling us that you were willing to give us 6.8%, whole last year, started in January with the consultations, the whole last year, you were telling us that we could get 6.8%. Remind your colleagues of that promise that they made to the people of today. I want to touch on one other little thing before I move into my substantive presentation. And it is the fact that one of the things we recognize having come in is that we have so much debt. So much debt to the point that I am now personally, as Secretary with responsibility for health, wellness and social protection, afraid to go into meetings with entities. And let me give you an example. In February or maybe March, Madam Presiding Officer, we'd been getting these bills from an organization in Trinidad. And the bills that came to my desk from that organization in Trinidad says that we owe for January about 18,000. We owe for February about 20,000. You know, we owe for March about 20,000. And then, Madam Presiding Officer, I take my fact self because I didn't really understand why we were being billed these bills. Check my foppish self and called a meeting with the organization. Because, you know, when you're talking about those kinds of funds, that's not a lot of money to cover. So I said, you know, we could figure it out. We could figure out how we pay the 20 and the 18. Only to be told, Madam Presiding Officer, by that organization that it's not just for January, February, and March that you have not paid, but you have never paid a bill. And when the rooms, the rainbow rooms, started in what, 2017, 2018, around there, when we started providing the services for the rainbow rooms about 2017, 2018, around that time, we have not paid a single bill from since then. So I foppishly walked into a meeting thinking that we need to figure out how we're paying $20, $40, probably $60,000, only to be told that is about $200 and something thousand that we have to pay because we have never paid a bill. And you, on the minority side, have the gall, have the unmitigated gall to talk to us about being responsible and paying the people who we owe. Who we owe, honestly. Who we owe. Who do we in the Progressive Democratic Patriots? Who, Madam Presiding Officer, do we owe? But what we will do, Madam Presiding Officer, is that we have come in recognizing that the people of Tobago have given us the mandate to fix this, even all of that mess. And that we will take our time and that we will strategically do. One more little thing. We are speaking about the fact that the Promises Never Materialize organization is now under new leadership. Is now different. But I am wondering if the minority leader recognizes that the person who sat in the chair of Chief Sec is now the leader. So if you had an opportunity to do it right, you could have started since January last year, when the seat was hijacked. So I do not know who in Tobago will believe that this organization is brand new, suddenly brand new, because you are now sitting there. Madam Presiding Officer, one of the things that I figured out on the 13th or maybe the 14th or the 15th of December when I walked into the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection was the fact that I was walking into an organization that in essence needed to be rebuilt. Rebuilt in essence from the ground up. And that is what we have been doing. And that is what we will continue to do for fiscal 2023. So we have been working very closely with Management Services Unit to ensure that we build out this organization, one that can actually provide effective and efficient service to the people of Tobago. Let me just say one little quick thing while I am here. One of the things that was said to me, and I couldn't even believe it, Madam Presiding Officer, is that the first couple days having walked into my office, the first couple days having said to some of the individuals who were my colleagues many years ago while I worked at the Division of Health, because they are the heads of departments and they are, in senior positions in the organization. And I said something that I thought was simple. Come and see me in my office now. And it is at that point, many of them come up and say, wait, is that up your look? Is that up your look? And I said, what do you mean by set up your look? This is the Secretary's office, and they let me know that they had never been allowed up there before. And they let me know that they were not allowed to ride the elevator with them. So when I say, Madam Presiding Officer, that we are in the position right now of building an organization, I don't just mean building the actual structures as in the positions. No, that's not what we're talking about, Madam Presiding Officer. We are actually doing mental health building of the officers who have been there and who have been abused and who have been misused and who have been afraid to say things because of the level costs that some of them were getting. So, Madam Presiding Officer, within the next fiscal, you would see within the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Services a Department of Health, and that Department of Health will be an entity that actually does something that we've never been able to do in the Tobago House of Assembly before. That includes actually doing overview of the Tobago Regional Health Authority. See, what we've been doing for all of these years is just saying to the Tobago Regional Health Authority, we are giving you this money to do whatever. We have never really been in a position where we had the people at the divisional phase to say, this is the data that we've collected about health. Because we've collected this data, this is a policy we can now build. Because we've now built this policy, this is the annual services agreement that we are now going to give to you. And now that we've given you the annual services agreement and we've given you the money, we can then say at the back end that we are now monitoring and evaluating what you do to see if the money that you are spending has met the requirements. The Tobago House of Assembly has never had the kind of structure to do that with the Tobago Regional Health Authority. And that is actually one of the things that we will be building out within the next fiscal year. We will also be building, and I'm glad you've recognized the term, a Department of Social Protection, because that includes ensuring that all of our social protection staff, all of our social workers, all of our therapeutic counselors, all of our mediators, all of those individuals who we need to help us treat with everything that has been happening over the last 2 years and the years before. We need to put that in a space or developing it in a way that actually makes sense or that actually works, that would allow us to do the kinds of things that the minority leader spoke about. Including, for example, getting additional roving caregivers. There are roving caregivers already there. Getting additional ones on the ground so that we can provide those additional services. The Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance has, as he indicated, moved over the, the food card fiasco over to the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection. And one of the things that, my administrator and I have been speaking quite a bit about, and I've actually started putting the pen to paper, is ensuring that we actually build out the policies for all of these social grants, all of these social programs, so that we will never be in a position again, Madam Presiding Officer, where the Auditor Generals would say to us, well, you're just gain weighting and you don't have it properly structured. And as I have said it to my officers, and I have said it to my administrator on several occasions, I am going to be one of those individuals who ensures that my name and call in no Auditor General report. Because we are taking the time now to actually put the policies in place. We are taking the time now to actually put the systems in place. We are taking the time now to have the necessary staff so that they don't have to be overburdened, so that they don't have to take shortcuts because they have so many clients and do not have the time to get the work done correctly. We are taking the time now to put all of those things in place because Tobago deserves a government that is well structured and that is strategic and that is designed to function for all of Tobagonians and not just the lucky few. I'll take a couple minutes to highlight some of the other projects that the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection will be working closely at doing. One of those first ones includes ensuring that we actually have a proper waste management system on the island. What we have now is a system that allows everybody to just throw away everything and it end up in the landfill. It is a landfill that is, and by the way, it is actually one of the only properly functioning landfills in the country. And I congratulate my technical staff who have been working their behinds off to ensure that it is actually a functioning landfill, even though they've been met with a lot of opposition for a lot of things before, and I wouldn't go down that road because I have plenty to talk about. So we are going to ensure that within the division, that we actually have a waste management system that takes into consideration all of the things that we do not need to throw away, that takes into consideration the concept of composting so that we don't have to throw perishable things into the garbage, that takes into consideration what can be recycled, to work closely with the recycling company that is already here to ensure that if it's a plastic, if it's a glass, if it's a paper, you're not throwing that into the landfill. And that way, we can actually extend the life of the landfill, because at this point, the landfill has 2 or 3 years again. 2 or 3 years again. So if we don't do something right now, we will not be able to continue keeping Tobago clean. My Department of Public Health is one that has also been plagued with not necessarily having all of the complement of staff. So we have very limited public health inspectors, and we've been supplementing those public health inspectors who are public servants with contracted positions. Now the thing about it is that what people don't recognize is that unless you actually have the public service position, you do not have the legal authority to go in and you know, do the inspections and do the shutting down and do the things that, or going to court and doing the things that we actually need you to do. So one of the things we are going to be working on is to ensure that we actually have a proper complement of public health inspectors through the public service so that they can actually function and do their jobs. The Office of the County Medical Officer of Health is another one of those entities that we will spend considerable time and considerable resources beefing up. And when I say beefing up, what do I mean? The Office of the CMOH is actually responsible, and you know, for many of us, we had no idea that there was a CMOH or anything like that before COVID. It was only after COVID we realized that these entities were here. They have the oversight responsibility for public health generally.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
So one of the things that we will do is ensure that we beef up the capabilities of the Office of the County Medical Officer of Health. And that would include having a comprehensive data management system. So yes, the digitization that we've been talking about, that will be a part of that process. So that when all of the information, when all of the surveillance data comes in, when all of the data comes in from the Tobago Regional Health Authority, or even from the public health inspectors, we can pull that all in the same space so that we can make informed decisions. We will also finally have our water and food testing labs in Tobago. What does that mean? It means that when we come to your restaurant and so forth and we take the samples, that sample we don't have to then figure out how we are taking it to Trinidad for it to be tested. We can sample it and we can test it right here to let you know that the foods that you are eating, the water that you're consuming is actually safe for consumption. That is what we will be doing. And finally, within the Office of the CMOH, we will be creating what is known as a public health observatory. What does that mean? That would be us looking at everything. Looking at what the diseases are. Looking at whether we have communicable diseases or non-communicable diseases. Pulling all of the data that we get into the management system and have that used to make real, meaningful policy decisions. Now, I am looking directly at the minority leader because when I was at the Division of Health Wellness, well, it was Health and Social Services back then. When I left in 2013 or so, practically all of these things were on the books. They were on the books to be done. Coincidentally, we have gotten to a point. Exactly. Remember he spoke about us being colleagues? So he knows. He knows. Coincidentally, Madam Presiding Officer, we are now in a position to actually get those things done. Finally. Finally, for the people of Tobago. I have spoken quite a bit already about the Department of Social Protection, so I will not go into that a whole lot. But one of the things I want to highlight very quickly is us ensuring that we have ease of access of our services. What does that mean? We are going to get to the point soon where you do not have to come into my division to get services from our social workers and counselors and so forth. But they will actually be out there in the health centers, in the community centers, being a part of the community. So if you are in the east, if you are in the north, if you are in the west, you do not need to come into Scarborough to access our services. Let me also say that part of our ease of access will actually be going to cashless systems. What does that mean? Instead of one man having 400 and something food card in a back pocket, what we will do is actually have a system where each recipient would be able to have it on their phone and swipe, and swipe, and swipe. We'll figure it out. And you see, that is the difference. We will figure it out. We will figure it out. Maybe we need to give them a smartphone. We will figure it out. Instead of holding the 400 and something food cards in the back pocket and giving people who don't need them, we will figure it out. Now the thing is, Madam
Member?
Presiding officer, I'm requesting for an additional 10 minutes for the member Belgarden Glamorgan to wrap up the.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member for Belgarden Glamorgan. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you have 10 additional speaking time and you may continue your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Let me say one more thing about the Social Protection Department, though. And I am speaking to the hard-working staff at that department. You guys have done an amazing job. You have, when everyone else could have stayed home, when our, accounting unit and HR and all of that could have been on shift and stay home and come half day and so forth. In the middle of the pandemic, you social workers are the ones who stood and you did the work. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I know the kind of work that you've been doing. And my pledge to you is to continue ensuring that you are supported. So, Madam Administrator, when we plan a nice little spa retreat for my social workers, I assume that it would just be signed and approved, because that is the kind of stuff we need for them to work. Let me turn, Madam Presiding Officer, quickly to the Tobago Regional Health Authority, because it is the organization that we give the responsibility of providing health care in Tobago. Let me start by saying one of the things we are going to be doing is really expanding what we consider primary care. What is primary care? That is what you see happening at the health centers. So instead of just coming to the health centers on your clinic day, we want to ensure that the health centers, even though they respond to your sick needs, that they evolve to be wellness centers. What does that mean? You're not just coming when you feel sick, but you're actually coming to ensure that you don't get sick. So when you come, you could learn about healthy eating. When you come, yes, you could do the checkups, bringing back the know your numbers and all of that kind of thing within the community, so that we prevent you from having to come in because you are sick. We tend to spend a lot of money on secondary care, meaning the hospital. But we all recognize that what we need to do, the focus, the aim, needs to be on preventing people from getting to the hospital. Now, if you already have to get to the hospital, then we will be doing the diagnostic testing and so forth to get you well. But the aim is to prevent you from getting to the hospital. And talking about hospitals, let me spend just a couple minutes discussing the Roxborough Health Facility. Now, when I say the Roxborough Health Facility and not the Roxborough Hospital for a very specific reason, I need to Begonians to recognize that what is at the health facility now is not a hospital yet. And I'm going to take my time because I want you all to know what you are getting into. We do not have the technical capacity, we do not have everything in place just yet to provide inpatient services. What does inpatient services mean? You come in, you get a bed and you stay. No. Even though your Prime Minister came up and had a big lavish opening 2 years ago, no. Your Prime Minister, your political leader, we are fixing it. We are fixing it. And that is why I could stand here, Madam Presiding Officer, and let you know why we are where we are now. So there is a situation, Madam Presiding Officer, where I feel like someone just got up a couple years ago and decided that we go in and build a hospital in Roxborough. You know, you just take a VAPS, we get up, we decide today we're building a hospital in Roxborough. We did not take into consideration at that time at all, Madam Presiding Officer, that to get a hospital, you actually need to have different entities within the facility that meets basic minimum standards. And the reason why we do not have a hospital up to this date, Madam Presiding Officer, it is because every single week, when we call the individuals who are supposed to be giving us the license for the pharmacy, the license for the lab, the license for the this, the license for the that, they will watch us and tell us, Madam Presiding Officer, we cannot give you the license yet because that does not meet required minimum standard. That is why we are not there yet. And that is why every time we have a meeting with UDCOT, for example, because you asked me, every time we have a meeting with UDCOT, for example, we have to say to them, yes, we told you that we needed this to be built 10 by 10, but in fact it needs to be built 10 by 15. So you know what to go and break down something and start over and put the hood in the proper place and ensure that this, that, and the other is there before we get the stamp of approval that would allow us to run a hospital. So no, unlike those who came before me, I will not be getting up and talking about we have it, we have it, we have it. I am going to be honest to the people of Tobago and let them know that yes, we have primary care services. Yes, we have outpatient clinics actually happening. Outpatient clinics are actually happening. So if you need your gynae and you need to do your dialysis and you need to do those things, yes, you can do that right now at the Roxborough Health Facility. But if...
Member, you have 3 minutes.
If you need A&E, meaning accident and emergency services, you can't get that just yet up at Roxborough. If you need something at night or on weekends, you can't get that just yet. And I'm saying to the people, because I know that there are people who've heard that we've opened a hospital and they show up, they're thinking that they will get those services. When we are at the point that we can actually provide those services safe for the people of the East, we shall let you know. You can now come and get A&E services. You can now come and actually sleep in because we are able to do it safely and we are able to do it most efficiently. Let me just say one more thing, Madam Presiding Officer, before wrapping up. That we have actually, and this is a public pronouncement that the Chief Secretary made after we came out of the retreat. We indicated that those individuals who were living month to month within the Tobago Regional Health Authority, those individuals who were getting those 1 month and 3 month contracts, up until now, we were able to give 234 3-year contracts. That is 234 health professionals who know now that we are not just going to cast them aside, who know now that we love and we care for you and that you can have job security. Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to round up my contribution by indicating to all of the staff at the TRHA, to all of the staff at the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, to my 3 administrators thus far since December, to all of my senior staff thus far, that we truly appreciate all of the hard work that you've been putting in, and that the Progressive Democratic Patriots is here to support you and is here to ensure that the organizations that we run are effective and efficient, because you gave us the opportunity on December 6th to fix this and to make Tobago the greatest little island that we are going to be. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Thank you for your contribution. Members, the House will now be suspended for...
Can you allow me to rise for a motion to vary the...
Member for Speyside.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I wish to ask that we agree as a House to vary the standard time for lunch from 1 hour to 30 minutes, which will facilitate a lot more members being able to participate in the debate, given that in our monitoring of the impending weather system, we keep seeing the onset time for the system moving closer and closer. So we're now looking at any time around 6 p.m. thereafter for the onset of the storm. And so I will wish to ask that the House agrees that we take lunch for half an hour, during which time I will propose that the Leader of Government Business and the Minority Leader discuss and finalize the speaking schedule for the period after lunch. So, ask for a vote.
Members, do we all agree that the lunch period break is now for 30 minutes in light of the activities happening? All in favor? Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. We will now suspend for lunch for exactly 30 minutes.
legislature wants you to be a part of Tobago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly Legislature located?
Opposite courts, Birmingham Street, Birmingham. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month. Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson. No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
Now I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay.
Is this your son?
Yes, it is.
What year was he born? Mommy, if you forget, that's something wrong. Mommy, what is this?
I don't really remember the date of birth.
Okay, is he a 90s baby or 80s baby?
80s.
All right, well, our first presiding officer was in the year of 1996, so I hope that hint helps.
1996.
Son, you want to chime in to help Mommy on this question?
I cannot.
It happens. Well, our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson.
Woo! Really? My exams was easier than this. I'm a Trinidadian. I've been over here like 10 years, and only when I'm over here, I took interest in Tobago politics.
Okay, but let me just allow you to know so you learn something today. Our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson, all right? Who is the current presiding officer?
Ms. Taylor. I'm a PNM, so I ain't really take on what's happening with this new,
I respect that.
I can't remember who's the current presiding officer.
Take a guess.
I know it's a young lady, but I can't remember her name right now.
Tashia Burris.
Incorrect.
The other one. The other girl. The girl that went up in
Yes, up in arm.
What the name? But walk over?
Up in arm.
Miss Taylor, Abby Taylor.
There you are, that is correct.
We at the Peters Family Foundation are very happy to be associated with Down Syndrome Day. We assist persons with disability, not Down syndrome alone, but all the other disabilities. So we fit in on each day. Like for Down syndrome, we are here. For autism, we are here. Everything we are here to assist with. Jeremy inspired the Peters Family Foundation. My son Jeremy, he has Down syndrome. And My son who lives abroad, he's the one who really started it, because when he went away, he realized that they could do so much more than they were doing here. And so when he came back, he started the foundation. And since we have been, for the past 10 years, we have been assisting persons with disability.
Dr. John Langdon Down, he discovered this was a genital problem, and after his research, he came up with the chromosome problem, that there was an extra chromosome. The normal persons, they possess 46 chromosomes. With the Downs, there's an extra chromosome, and this is what really created Down syndrome.
We are happy for the awareness campaign. It comes every year on the 21st of March, and then that is it. We are hoping that from this year, persons could keep the momentum going. Need to feel happy and look after for the whole year, not just this one day. We are happy for the day, the recognition, the awareness, but let us keep them in mind all year through. I want to implore parents especially to take your children out, get them involved in every activity that they could be involved in, so that they will bring awareness to the community. The love they have, the love they give is so much more. They are such loving children. So let's celebrate them today.
Happy World Down Syndrome Day!
My name is Joel Nutsi Sampson. I am the Assemblyman for Bonaccord Crown Point. Also, I am the Deputy Presiding Officer of the Assembly Legislature. Added to that, I am the Assistant Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. My electoral district, it spans from Center Street, the western side of Center Street. So when you enter where the community center is, from the western side, that is your left hand, it spans from there straight down to the back of the airport, up to the park. It includes Gaskin Bay Road, it includes John Gorman Trees, Sill Cotton Trees, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, parts of Killigwin. It also includes the Bonaccord Integrated Development, it includes Milford Court. My electoral office is located at number 11, Milford Bay Plaza, Crown Point. It's the cream and brown building just opposite the Coliseum. The best thing about my electoral district, I think it's the clean, green, serene surrounding environment, We have the wonderful beaches, we have Pigeon Point, we have Storbay, we have the famous strip as they call the Avenue. So, everything is on the west side and persons love it and I do love it as well. Added to the sand, sea and the sun, there are the reef boat tours, you go out to the beautiful Nyland pool, you engage in a bath on the reef. They say when you take a bath out there, you look 10 years younger. So anyone who wants to look 10 years longer, just come to Bonaccord Crown Point. Let's take you on an adventure, on a journey, so that you will look that way. I was born and bred in Milford Court. That's in the beautiful village of Bonaccord. It's a nice development, a nice housing area where it was closely knit. We grew up in those days with love and unity. So if you didn't have, you could always go by the neighbor and you could get something. Growing up wasn't always easy. I had to work hard for everything that I have achieved thus far. And at the end of the day, the hard work surely paid off. So here I am today, and that's what you get when you work hard. Nutsi, the name comes from far back, from since I was approximately 4 years old. I love nuts, peanuts that is. So when they bought peanuts for Christmas, I would eat out all. And when Grace would come looking for the nuts, the empty bottles will be below my bed. So you know what that spelled? That was trouble. I did not grow up with my biological mom, which a lot of persons don't know. They know Miss Grace as my mom, and that's who I consider to be my mom because she raised me from 3 months old. She has 3 wonderful kids and they have embraced me as their own. And the funny thing is, each and every one of us, we are 5 years apart. So you couldn't tell because growing up with them from small, they say, you know, when you grow up among persons, you all tend to look alike. So you couldn't tell the difference. But my biological parents or the siblings, we are very close as well. You know, we have a close relationship because I'm a loving person, so I embrace each and every one. You know, if it's one thing, she ensures that my shirts are sharply pressed, the pants seam are straight, cut to suit. So, you know, she makes sure that I'm good enough to head out to work. Someone even said to me at the division today, "Not you look so nice, what different about it?" Because they are accustomed to see me in the button-up jersey and the jeans at Wassa. But you know, sometimes in life you have to make a change. When you want to make a difference in society, you have to step outside of the box. You have to think differently, and that's what I decided to do. Now it's different, you know, you have to be an example to others. And I have a son that is coming up and he looks up to me as an example, so I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. So when you hear about the revamping of the Crown Point area, that spoke to the residents and the business sector within Crown Point. We're going to have some revamping of the pavements. We're going to set up a tourism hub at Cowdong Park, which is the Storby Heritage Park. You know, we're going to enhance the entrance to Pigeon Point. That was Crown Point speaking to you. On the other side, there were persons concerned with the road infrastructure and drainage because, you know, we have a lot of flooding issues. Prior to that beach cleanup, we'd have toured Pigeon Point, myself, along with the Secretary for Tourism. And what I saw was disheartening because it's a world famous beach. And the state that the surroundings was in, it was a bit deplorable. So we decided there and then that we should do a beach cleanup. Because most persons just walk in along the entrance, they see the nice, clean, serene areas. But after you pass Renmar's Bar and go around to the back where other activities take place, it was in a mess. I've always been a man on the ground, humble, down to earth, you know, loving, cool, calm and collective. And that won't change. That can't come out of me, it's embedded in me.
legislature wants you to be a part of Sebago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly Legislature located?
Opposite courts, Jamingham Street, Jamingham. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month.
Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson.
No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
Now I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay.
Is this your son?
Yes, it is.
What year was he born? Mommy, if you forget, that's something wrong. Mommy! Mommy, what is this?
I don't really remember the date of birth.
Okay, is he a 90s baby or 80s baby?
80s.
All right, well, our first presiding officer was in the year of 1996, so I hope that hint helps.
1996.
Son, you want to chime in to help Mommy on this question?
I cannot.
It happens. Well, our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson.
Woo! Really? My exams was easier than this. I'm a Trinidadian. I've been over here like 10 years, and only when I'm over here, I took interest in Tobago politics.
Okay, but let me just allow you to know so you learn something today. Our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson, all right? Who is the current presiding officer?
Miss Taylor.
I'm a PNM, so I ain't really take on what's happening with this new,
I respect that.
I can't remember who's the current presiding officer.
Take a guess.
I know it's a young lady, but I can't remember her name right now.
Tashia Burris.
Incorrect.
The other one. The other girl. The girl that went up in
Yes. Up in arm.
What did anybody walk over?
Up in arm.
Miss Taylor, Abby Taylor.
There you are. That is correct.
We at the Peters Family Foundation are very happy to be associated with Down Syndrome Day. We assist persons with disability, not Down syndrome alone, but all the other disabilities. So we fit in on each day. Like for Down syndrome, we are here. For autism, we are here. Everything we are here to assist with. Jeremy inspired the Peters Family Foundation. My son Jeremy, he has Down syndrome. And My son who lives abroad, he's the one who really started it, because when he went away, he realized that they could do so much more than they were doing here. And so when he came back, he started the foundation. And since we have been, for the past 10 years, we have been assisting persons with disability.
Dr. John Langdon Down, he discovered this was a genital problem. And after his research, he came up with the chromosome problem, that there was an extra chromosome. The normal persons, they possess 46 chromosomes. With the Downs, there's an extra chromosome. And this is what really created Down syndrome.
We are happy for the awareness campaign. It comes every year on the 21st of March, and then that is it. We are hoping that from this year, persons could keep the momentum going. Need to feel happy and looked after for the whole year, not just this one day. We are happy for the day, the recognition, the awareness, but let us keep them in mind all year through. I want to implore parents especially to take your children out, get them involved in every activity that they could be involved in, so that they will bring awareness to the community. The love they have, the love they give is so much more. They are such loving children. So let's celebrate them today.
Happy World Down Syndrome Day!
My name is Joel Nazi Sampson. I am the Assemblyman for Bonaccord Crown Point. Also, I am the Deputy Presiding Officer of the Assembly Legislature. Added to that, I am the Assistant Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. My electoral district, it spans from Center Street, the western side of Center Street. So when you enter where the community center is, from the western side, that is your left hand, it spans from there straight down to the back of the airport, up to the park. It includes Gaskin Bay Road, it includes John Gorman Trees, Silk Cotton Trees, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, parts of Killigwin. It also includes the Bonaccord Integrated Development, it includes Milford Court. My electoral office is located at number 11, Milford Bay Plaza, Crown Point. It's the Cream and Brown building, just opposite the Coliseum. The best thing about my electoral district, I think it's the clean, green, serene surrounding environment, We have the wonderful beaches, we have Pigeon Point, we have Storbay, we have the famous strip as they call the Avenue. So, everything is on the west side and persons love it and I do love it as well. Added to the sand, sea and the sun, there are the reef boat tours, you go out to the beautiful Nyland pool, you engage in a bath on the reef. They say when you take a bath out there, you look 10 years younger. So anyone who wants to look 10 years longer, just come to Bonaccord Crown Point. Let's take you on an adventure, on a journey, so that you will look that way. I was born and bred in Milford Court. That's in the beautiful village of Bonaccord. It's a nice development, a nice housing area where it was closely knit. We grew up in those days with love and unity. So if you didn't have, you could always go by the neighbor and you could get something. Growing up wasn't always easy. I had to work harder for everything that I have achieved thus far. And at the end of the day, the hard work surely paid off. So here I am today, and that's what you get when you work hard. Nutsy, the name comes from far back, from since I was approximately 4 years old. I love nuts, peanuts that is. So when they bought peanuts for Christmas, I would eat out all. And when Grace would come looking for the nuts, the empty bottles will be below my bed. So you know what that spelled? That was trouble. I did not grow up with my biological mom, which a lot of persons don't know. They know Miss Grace as my mom, and that's who I consider to be my mom, because she raised me from 3 months old. She has 3 wonderful kids, and they have embraced me as their own. And the funny thing is, each and every one of us, we are 5 years apart. So you couldn't tell, because growing up with them from small, they say, you know, when you grow up among persons, you all tend to look alike. So you couldn't tell the difference. But my biological parents, or the siblings, we are very close as well. You know, we have a close relationship because I'm a loving person, so I embrace each and every one. You know, if it's one thing, she ensures that my shirts are sharply pressed, the pants seam are straight, cut to suit. So, you know, she makes sure that I'm good enough to head out to work. Someone even said to me at the division today, "Not say you look so nice, what different about it?" Because they're accustomed to see me in the button-up jersey and the jeans at Wassa. But you know, sometimes in life you have to make a change. When you want to make a difference in society, you have to step outside of the box. You have to think differently, and that's what I decided to do. Now it's different, you know, you have to be an example to others, and I have a son that is coming up and he looks up to me as an example, so I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. So when you hear about the revamping of the Crown Point area, that spoke to the residents and the business sector within Crown Point. We're going to have some revamping of the pavements. We're going to set up a tourism hub at Cowdong Park, which is the Storby Heritage Park. You know, we're going to enhance the entrance to Pigeon Point. That was Crown Point speaking to you. On the other side, there were persons concerned with the road infrastructure and drainage, because you know we have a lot of flooding issues. Prior to that beach cleanup, we would have toured Pigeon Point, myself along with the Secretary for Tourism, and what I saw was disheartening, because it's a world famous beach, and the state that the surroundings was in, it was a bit deplorable. So we decided there and then that we should do a beach cleanup, because most persons just walk in along the entrance, they see the nice, clean, serene areas. But after you pass Renmar's Bar and go around to the back where other activities take place, it was in a mess. I've always been a man on the ground, humble, down to earth, you know, loving, cool, calm and collective, and that won't change. That can't come out of me, it's embedded in me.
legislature wants you to be a part of Sebago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly Legislature located?
Opposite courts, Jamingham Street, Jamingham. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month.
Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson.
No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
Now I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay.
Is this your son?
Yes, it is.
What year was he born? Mommy, if you forget, that's something wrong. Mommy, what is this?
I don't really remember the date of birth.
Okay, is he a 90s baby or 80s baby?
80s.
All right, well, our first presiding officer was in the year of 1996, so I hope that hint helps.
1996.
Son, you want to chime in to help Mommy on this question?
I cannot.
It happens. Well, our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson.
Woo! Really? My exams was easier than this. I'm a Trinidadian. I've been over here like 10 years, and only when I'm over here, I took interest in Tobago politics.
Okay, but let me just allow you to know so you learn something today. Our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson, all right? Who is the current presiding officer?
Miss Taylor.
I'm a PNM, so I ain't really take on what's happening with this new,
I respect that.
I can't remember who's the current presiding officer.
Take a guess.
I know it's a young lady, but I can't remember her name right now.
Tashia Burris.
Incorrect.
The other one. The other girl. The girl that went up in
Yes, up in arm.
What the name but walk over?
Up in arm.
Miss Taylor, Abby Taylor.
There you are, that is correct.
We at the Peters Family Foundation are very happy to be associated with Down Syndrome Day. We assist persons with disability, not Down syndrome alone, but all the other disabilities. So we fit in on each day. Like for Down syndrome, we are here. For autism, we are here. Everything we are here to assist with. Jeremy inspired the Peters Family Foundation. My son Jeremy, he has Down syndrome. And My son who lives abroad, he's the one who really started it, because when he went away, he realized that they could do so much more than they were doing here. And so when he came back, he started the foundation. And since we have been, for the past 10 years, we have been assisting persons with disability.
Dr. John Langdon Down, he discovered this was a genital problem. And after his research, he came up with the chromosome problem, that there was an extra chromosome. The normal persons, they possess 46 chromosomes. With the Downs, there's an extra chromosome. And this is what really created Down syndrome.
We are happy for the awareness campaign. It comes every year on the 21st of March, and then that is it. We are hoping that from this year, persons could keep the momentum going. Need to feel happy and look after for the whole year, not just this one day. We are happy for the day, the recognition, the awareness, but let us keep them in mind all year through. I want to implore parents especially to take your children out, get them involved in every activity that they could be involved in, so that they will bring awareness to the community. The love they have, the love they give is so much more. They are such loving children. So let's celebrate them today.
Happy World Down Syndrome Day!
My name is Joel Nutsi Sampson. I am the Assemblyman for Bonaccord Crown Point. Also, I am the Deputy Presiding Officer of the Assembly Legislature. Added to that, I am the Assistant Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. My electoral district, it spans from Center Street, the western side of Center Street. So when you enter where the community center is, from the western side, that is your left hand, it spans from there straight down to the back of the airport, up to the park. It includes Gaskin Bay Road, it includes John Gorman Trees, Silk Cotton Trees, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, parts of Killigwin. It also includes the Bonaccord Integrated Development, it includes Milford Court. My electoral office is located at number 11, Milford Bay Plaza, Crown Point. It's the cream and brown building, just opposite the Coliseum. The best thing about my electoral district, I think it's the clean, green, serene surrounding environment, We have the wonderful beaches, we have Pigeon Point, we have Storbay, we have the famous strip as they call the Avenue. So, everything is on the west side and persons love it and I do love it as well. Added to the sun, sea and the sun, there are the reef boat tours, you go out to the beautiful Nyland pool, you engage in a bath on the reef. They say when you take a bath out there, you look 10 years younger. So anyone who wants to look 10 years longer, just come to Bonaccord Crown Point. Let's take you on an adventure, on a journey, so that you will look that way. I was born and bred in Milford Court. That's in the beautiful village of Bonaccord. It's a nice development, a nice housing area where it was closely knit. We grew up in those days with love and unity. So if you didn't have, you could always go by the neighbor and you could get something. Growing up wasn't always easy. I had to work harder for everything that I have achieved thus far. And at the end of the day, the hard work surely paid off. So here I am today, and that's what you get when you work hard. Nutsi, the name comes from far back, from since I was approximately 4 years old. I love nuts, peanuts that is. So when they bought peanuts for Christmas, I would eat out all. And when Grace would come looking for the nuts, the empty bottles will be below my bed. So you know what that spelled? That was trouble. I did not grow up with my biological mom, which a lot of persons don't know. They know Miss Grace as my mom, and that's who I consider to be my mom because she raised me from 3 months old. She has 3 wonderful kids and they have embraced me as their own. And the funny thing is, each and every one of us, we are 5 years apart. So you couldn't tell because growing up with them from small, they say, you know, when you grow up among persons, you all tend to look alike. So you couldn't tell the difference. But my biological parents or the siblings, we are very close as well. You know, we have a close relationship because I'm a loving person, so I embrace each and every one. You know, if it's one thing, she ensures that my shirts are sharply pressed, the pants seam are straight, cut to suit. So, you know, she makes sure that I'm good enough to head out to work. Someone even said to me at the division today, "Not you look so nice, what different about it?" Because they're accustomed to see me in the button-up jersey and the jeans at Wassa. But you know, sometimes in life you have to make a change. When you want to make a difference in society, you have to step outside of the box. You have to think differently, and that's what I decided to do. Now it's different, you know, you have to be an example to others, and I have a son that is coming up and he looks up to me as an example, so I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. So when you hear about the revamping of the Crown Point area, that spoke to the residents and the business sector within Crown Point. We're going to have some revamping of the pavements, we're going to set up a tourism hub at Cowdong Park, which is the Storby Heritage Park. You know, we're going to enhance the entrance to Pigeon Point. That was Crown Point speaking to you. On the other side, there were persons concerned with the road infrastructure and drainage because, you know, we have a lot of flooding issues. Prior to that beach cleanup, we'd have toured Pigeon Point, myself, along with the Secretary for Tourism. And what I saw was disheartening because it's a world famous beach. And the state that the surroundings was in, it was a bit deplorable. So we decided there and then that we should do a beach cleanup. Because most persons just walk in along the entrance, they see the nice, clean, serene areas. But after you pass Renmar's bar and go around to the back where other activities take place, it was in a mess. I've always been a man on the ground, humble, down to earth, you know, loving, cool, calm and collective. And that won't change. That can't come out of me, it's embedded in me.
Assembly legislature wants you to be a part of Tobago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly legislature located?
Opposite courts, Jamingham Street, Jamingham. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month.
Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson.
No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
Now I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay.
Is this your son?
Member for Bethel Newgrange, you may join the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And let me say a very pleasant good afternoon to all my colleagues, all the visitors, those viewing the debate, those that take interest in the business of Tobago. I want to begin, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, by first of all saluting the Honorable Chief Secretary for what I can consider delivering a decent budget in this house. The truth of the matter is that I sat here last Thursday peacock proud as I witnessed the delivery of what can be considered a remarkable, revolutionary, and righteous budget delivered to the people of Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension the entire world. And my responsibility is to talk about how community development is going to contribute to the overall perspective and the overall desire of this administration to let Tobago become the most beautiful little island on the planet. Before I get into that, there was some things said earlier that got up under my skin, and I want to perhaps do the thing that they call convention and respond to some of this stuff, because I feel that it is necessary for truth to prevail in this honorable space. The minority leader spoke at length about a new dispensation, and he used words like integrity and honesty and transparency, and I sat here and was mortified, pained, even depressed at times, because the organization that he represents, all of us here can testify that the kind of evil that has been perpetrated upon the people of Tobago for the past 2 decades, that words like integrity and honesty and transparency should be banished from the language of the PNM for the next 3 decades. I also wanted to say, you know, he made some comments about, I think that maybe we have to develop some kind of organization to assist the minority leader, because he suffers from an acute case of information accuracy deficit. And it is true. I remembered back in January when the Honorable Prime Minister came and we sat at Magdalena trying to resolve this 6-6 matter, and he said that we had 2 options to consider. And you would remember the minority sitting in an interview with Fazir Mohammed in Mount Irvin, trying to defame and make light of the integrity of the representative for Speyside and Lansome, saying that he said was only one option. I also remembered that he misled the public in relation to food cards and hamper matters around Christmas time, when he got sensitive information from the Division of Finance and all of that. And I remembered again, in fact, today was another example when he said that the deputy political leader was the one responsible for Sanders not being in Tobago. Nothing could be further from the truth. All of us remember it was Afa Raymond who is a quantity surveyor, raised some red flags about the engagement of Sandals in the Tobago space. And when the documentation came out about the engagement, we all stood there with our mouths ajar, as it were, to see the kind of engagement that it was. I took the time as well to call principals in Antigua, in St. Lucia, and also in Grenada that have Sandals plants. And there are some things about Sandals that we don't know. People make it think that Sandals is a heavenly institution and so on. But there are some things that these islands are suffering from. You would remember that the Prime Minister of Antigua put a major defense against Sandals because of some issues with tax, with paying of taxes and all that kind of stuff. So to say that the deputy political leader, the deputy chief secretary rather, was responsible for Sanders leaving Tobago is inaccurate, and it is emblematic of the minority leader's actions of bringing inaccurate information in the space every time he opens up his mouth. But, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I didn't want to spend too much time on that, I really didn't want to spend much time, because the truth is I can conclude that what we have heard here from the minority side is what I call postprandial prattle. And what that means is a little chit-chat after a meal. It's nothing of substance, it's just small talk. But we shall endeavor to put some sensible information in the space so that people could have a sense of what this PDP administration is all about. My focus primarily will be, of course, on the community development part of the portfolio. And of course, there has been a recent marriage between community development, youth and sport. And my colleague, Mr. Wayne Clark, who is the Assistant Secretary, will handle the sports, youth and sport part of the portfolio. I want to say that Mr. Clark is a good man. I said Mr. Clark is a good man. He's a good man. He's a good man. His language is colorful at times, but he gets his point across. I want to say, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that I kind of put the conversation in four main parts, and using some eyes to kind of simplify it, because, you know, there are some minds that are lacking, and we try to simplify it so that people can have an appreciation for some of the things that we are trying to say as an administration. So I will put them in four headings: innovation, infrastructure, improvement, and intervention. I'm using these eyes to inform the uninformed, to inspire the uninspired, and perhaps to invigorate those that are politically dull and delayed. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, there are 3 initiatives under the category that I will call innovation that I want to speak about quickly. The first one is what we call the Tobago Faith-Based Council. You would remember I have lamented about this for months, and in fact it is a pet peeve of mine for many, many years, that political organizations use faith-based organizations, they use churches. It has gone so far that people have even accused some churches of being party groups for different political organizations and so on. And the thing is that I find that when organizations get into power, that faith-based organizations don't have a stake in the conversation. They don't have a seat at the table. And because of who faith-based organizations represent in the society, in fact, in the Tobago case, we can safely say some 80% of our population can say that they have been impacted in one way or the other by faith-based organizations in this island. And I feel that the time came for us to do something significant, something that was revolutionary. So we launched what is called the Tobago Faith-Based Council. The purpose really is to facilitate goods and services that will assist these organizations rather, in executing their own mandate. And whatever goods and services that the THA can provide, we want to make it something as a matter of policy, that faith-based organizations will be treated with respect and provided with the kind of support that the government can provide so that they can help to execute their mandate. And areas like health and wellness, building, design, and related ancillary services, technical advice and support, vocational and life skill training services, financial grants and donations. These are some of the things that we want to assist faith-based organizations. And I think that this is a good initiative because of the important role that these organizations play in our community, that we should have done something like this. Yeah. The second thing is, the second innovative thing that we have done thus far is what we call social entrepreneurship. Early this year, I think it would have been perhaps about February, we embarked on a social entrepreneurship initiative with the Faculty of Humanities and Education in the University of the West Indies. Essentially, the initiative involved the sponsorship of 15 Tobago-based participants in a 6-week virtual course entitled Creating Social Entrepreneurship to Fight Poverty. I would want to say that, I just want to expand a little bit on this, that social entrepreneurship refers to the process by which individuals, startups, and entrepreneurs develop and find solutions that directly address social issues. And the Lord knows that we have social issues in this place that we call Tobago. Social entrepreneurship includes human and environmental goals on the equal level with business goals. A social entrepreneur, therefore, is a person who explores business opportunities that have a positive impact on their community, in the society, or the world. I would want to say as well that this initiative is intended to assist government, the university, civil society, and industry. Course participants worked in interdisciplinary teams to explore, research, and understand real-world problems and around poverty, and emphasize with people to solve problems and create solutions. The course was premised on the assumption that creativity and the ability to develop better solutions together are the key competencies in future work life. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, earlier this week, the THA was invited by UWI to work collaboratively in building out the next phase of this program. These are the sorts of initiatives that the administration is pursuing as it moves towards developing human capital on the island and to engage communities to become active participants in Tobago's governance process. The third one is what I call the senior citizen centers. And I know the minority spoke about senior, and if he was here, I'm sure he would have said something that we borrowed from the PNM. You understand? And this is one of the things actually that I was talking about in my campaign, because I had some conversations with some officials from Jamaica, and I found that the model was very, very scientific and so on, and I thought that that would have been something that we could consider. So be that as it may, we are talking about centers, not just places where senior people could go and play bingo and crochet. We're talking about a scientific space that we can put in place to assist our senior citizens. And it is a fact that it says something about your society when dependent on how you treat your senior citizens. And that center, these centers will treat with stuff like health care, recreational activities, exercise and fitness, skills training, avenues where seniors can provide mentorship, with the attendant transportation network that will move the bodies to and from the centers. The other eye that I want to talk about, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is infrastructure. Now, although I said earlier that Mr. Clark will deal primarily with sport, I wanted to borrow cautiously one of the initiatives, which is the installation of a jogging track at the Montgomery Recreation Ground. And you can understand the sensitivity to that. You can understand that. It was one of the things that I promised the people of that constituency that we're going to do, notwithstanding all of us could do with some exercise. I got stuck in the elevator last week, including Assemblyman Tate. He's my friend. I got stuck in the elevator, and they had to come and prise open the doors and all kinds of drama to get me out of the elevator and so on. And after I was done with that, I had to walk up to the office on the 3rd floor. And when I got to the top flight, I realized I was huffing and puffing so much that I have to hurry up and make sure that this jogging track is installed in the Montgomery area, because I am apparently in the afternoon of my days. So I have to try my best to see how I can maintain my good health and so on. So this is an important matter to us, notwithstanding the community itself because of the configuration of the community, this is something that is important to all of us there. So I am thankful that we are able to do that. And this, I will say, most of the paperwork is done. We are almost at the point where this will go out to tender. We have the money already, and we have agreed that we're going to make sure that this project is done on time and within budget in this fiscal. We also want to talk about we have the integrated facility, the community center and the pavilion in Charlottesville. We are doing some work in the Lescato Community Center after much agitation by the member for Lescato and environs, that we have secured the funding and the tenders have already gone out and all that good stuff. And work will begin on the Lescato Community Center very soon. Yes. We also want to say that we are doing work in Glamorgan as well, because there's just a lot of infrastructure work that is needed. So we're doing that. We are doing some refurbishment to the Scarborough Community Center, that is one Plymouth, the Old Bell Garden, Community and Tele Center, as well as the Bethel Community Centers. Most of these plants really need some attention, so we want to do as much as we can to try and treat with that. We're planning on design for the new and refurbished facilities such as the community facility in Roxborough. We're going to be dealing with that, and 2 skill training facilities, one in the east and one in the west, respectively. We are also looking at a possible site for a possible site has been identified, in the west, and the estimates have already been done. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. There are so many deputies inside here, you think it's a police station. But Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, no doubt you would appreciate that the projects straddling the transition of fiscal periods will, of necessity, be top priority, since it is imperative that we have value for the funds already expended, and those funds and their value be protected. The execution of new projects, as can be expected, will be dependent on budgetary allocations for fiscal 2023 and their subsequent prioritization. I now move to another I, which I call improvement. There are 3 initiatives here that I want to talk about. And the first one is the vocational skills training. The division actually have been doing vocational skills training for the past 2 decades and continue to experience tremendous growth. The cycle for 2022 had somewhat 2,000 participants. And we intend to upgrade and we intend to rebrand. The program will offer vocational certification to successful participants, which were awarded, who normally would have gotten a certificate of participation in times past. But we want to improve on that and give them a vocational certificate. Additionally, the program will be renamed the Community-Based Technical Training Program. And I want to say as well, because of the overwhelming response that we got from persons that wanted to be a part of the program, both students and teachers, we also decided, that we are going to launch a full-scale Tobago Skills Training Center. We've located the site. You remember the MIC used to have a center in the Patience Hill area. We have gone there and we have done site visits and so on, and we are in the process of going through all the normal things to get that place up and running. It is our intention. You see, there's been a kind of dependency syndrome in this place that we call Tobago, a kind of, it seems as if the hunt of the Tobagonian has been killed by the former regime. That's the only thing I could jump it up to, where they have people just cap in hand, dependent on the center, dependent on government for everything. And the Tobagonian that we are accustomed to, the proud Tobagonian that want to run his own affairs, seem to have been domesticated, as it were, seem to have been trapped. And so I am very heartened by the response that we saw to this program, which suggests to me that the Tobagonian is moving back to that place of independence and the pride that the Tobagonian is accustomed to. I remember the late A.N.R. Robinson said in one of his contributions that Tobago had lost its momentum, that Tobago was in stasis. Thank God for the PDP in this place, and I'm telling you that now there is some activity that is different, there is some activity that is exciting, so that we can move this place that we call Tobago. And our goal is indeed to make Tobago the best little island on the planet. We're doing some work as well with community councils. We are doing some revitalization and so on. There's a quote here from Dr. Susan Craig, which I thought was important to the contribution, in a book called The Changing Society of Tobago, 1838 to 1938. She noted, the strengthening of village or community councils are related organizations, as part of a strategy to increase civil participation and empowerment, and to educate and mobilize the population for social change is absolutely essential. This administration recognizes the strategic link between mobilization, organization, and empowering communities so that they can actively participate in the socio-economic transformation and governance processes of Tobago. In that regard, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, earlier this year, we continued the initiative entitled Village Council Retooling and Revitalization. These village councils have been operating, most of them as a matter of fact, as party groups. And the National Village Council Organization even deemed councils in Tobago defunct because so many of them had not had AGMs for so long. In one case, I had to send a bailiff to a community center to evict a man that was living in the community center for over 10 years.
Member for Bethel Newgrange,
yes.
You have 5 minutes of speaking time remaining. You may continue.
Yes. So, the thing is that there is so much to do in this space, And we will continue to do what we have to do. So, we've managed to encourage and so on. So, we've had AGMs recently in Mount St. George, Lescato, Glamorgan, Golden Lane, Pembroke, Lambo, John Dial, Calder Hall, Patience Hill, Bethel, Glen Road, Bell Garden, Hamden, Lowlands, and Dallaford. And the reason why we do this is because, remember, we are talking about establishing an administrative framework for the constituency funding program. We want to move this dependency on the center to the villages and to the communities. So in order for us to do that, we have to make sure that we regularize these organizations and so on, these village councils and all that good stuff. I want to say this again. This might sound like the chorus of the whole contribution. Thank God for the PDP in this Tobago space. And of course, we also have what is called the road market, and different ones have taken credit for the road market. Somebody sent me a text and said, I see you doing something that I start and all of that. And the truth is that we in a world, no man can say that they have all the ideas and all that kind of stuff. You know, we don't have complete and superior knowledge on stuff, and anything that is good, we will do what is good, and we will continue to move on. So, because the time is running, let me rush on to get to, I want to get to the final I, which is intervention. And I realize that when you are in governance, whether you're governing in your house, you're governing in the church, you're governing in an office, there are times you have to do some responsible intervention. You know, people try to make it look as if the past regime was this laudable regime that did all these great things and all of that kind of stuff. And you ask yourself, I wonder if they're on the same planet that we on. You ask yourself that kind of question. The kind of infractions that we have been made privy to, that are in black and white, you ask yourself how it is. People could speak so laudably of an organization that has presided over the systematic dismantling of the integrity of our people, that have presided over killing the hunt of our people, that have presided over people who the cap fit, let them wear it.
On parliamentary language. Killing.
Member for Darrell Springwing, you used some language today and was permitted. Allow the member for Bethel New Grange to continue with his debate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You see, if you listen, you might learn something. You know, you understand? You don't have time for everything. If you listen, you might learn something. Right? But anyway, so we have with us here what we call the CPEP program. And you remember that CPEP became center stage early on in the year. You know, some people give us some information, I suspect now, trying to embarrass me as the secretary and by extension the chief secretary and all of that kind of stuff, and that kind of caused a deep dive into the program to make some discoveries and so on that required some restructuring of the program, required also an audit into the program which has been completed and all of that good stuff. But suffice it to say that the CPEP program really, and CPEP workers, some 548 of them, over the years, they have been abused and misused and used for political purposes. And I'm talking it now. Remember in 2013, a group led by a former official that was in this house was down in Canaan opposite the MIC Center chanting slogans against the then Prime Minister and all of that stuff. People that should have been on the government work down there in red jerseys chanting and all of that stuff. But they've always been abused. And one of the reasons I suspect is because there really is no written policy that governs the operation of the program. And of course, because there is no written policy, you could abuse the people and you could threaten to send them home and all that, and people will comply because it's bread and butter issues. So what we have done is that we have said that we're going to give some dignity to the CPEP workers. First thing that we're doing, we're going to raise their salaries. And we did that. I'm surprised that I have not heard that this was a PNM initiative as well, you know. But we raised the salaries. And it has some people, it has some minds really dull in truth, you know. Where you getting the money from? And all that. That is questions that you never asked before. When contractors were doing works in Bethel New Grange, and as the secretary told us, with no kind of certification, the kind of money that they spent in Bethel New Grange to try and win an election. That's why I just say that really, God will help us, you know, because I am now reaping the benefits, reaping the spoils of war.
Member for Bethel New Grange, your speaking time has come to an end.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I beg to move that the speaking time for the member for Bethel New Grange be extended by a further 10 minutes if he needs it.
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it. Member for Bethel New Grange, you may proceed.
Yeah.
Member for Darrell Springwim, you arrived late after the lunch break. You took an extension and the house was quiet. Please allow the member for Bethel New Grange to finish his debate. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me hustle. Let me hustle because sometimes chatter and thing could distract you. Yeah. But so we've raised the salaries, and the next move really is to have a document that will represent the engagement of the CPEP workforce that will go to the Executive Council, and so that will be the reference point of the operation of the program. So from henceforth, nobody will be able to abuse and misuse CPEP workers using their vulnerabilities again. Having said that, I could close now. I could close now. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we in the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport are determined to play our role in the realization of the Tobago dream. That is, Tobago becoming the greatest little island on the planet. We are up to the task, and we shall continue to work tirelessly. We shall be innovative, scientific, relevant, doing everything in our power to accomplish this task. I want to thank the Honorable Chief Secretary for affording me the privilege to serve in this capacity as Secretary of the Division. I would want to also thank the hard-working officers, the administrators that I have had the privilege of working with thus far, and all those that are working to help us and giving us support to see this mission becoming a reality. To my team members, I want to encourage you to stay on the wall. Don't come down. Every time you're doing something good, some good work, there comes Sanballat and Tobiah, trying to discourage you, trying to sabotage the work. You have to read Bible together. But we must keep a hammer in one hand and a sword in the other. We will fight and we will fix. The truth is, the rate we go in, even Mason Hall may get the long-awaited seat. Oh, yes. And I want to say finally, shush, no man, shush. I want to say finally, no misguided midget mining minion will move us. Let me say it again, right? No misguided, midget-minded minion will move us. After all, we are Spartans. And I believe, collectively, we shall accomplish this mission. I thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, member. Member for Scarborough Mongers, you may join the debate.
Good afternoon, members. Would someone be so kind as to allow me to use that podium? in my advanced age, I need a certain distance from the eyes to be able to read. $108.5 billion versus $4.77 billion. That, members, are the figures of the Consolidated Fund plus the Infrastructure Development Fund in Trinidad versus the Tobago Development Program Fund. Those figures are only for 2006 to 2022. $108.5 billion versus $4.7 billion. I want it to sink in, because in Tobago, there is no Capital Infrastructure Development Fund. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as always, it's an honor to be able to present in the House. I want to thank, as always, the people of Scarborough Mount Grace for reposing in me their responsibility to represent their views and their thoughts in this House. And I want to say to them that I am eternally grateful to be able to contribute meaningfully into the governance structure of Tobago. Thank you, Scarborough Mount Grace. But Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I rise to deliver my maiden presentation on the budget presentations over the years in this House, I must admit that I do so with a little bit of consternation. These figures that I quoted represents the willful failing of the Parliament that has resulted in the current infrastructure development quagmire that Tobago finds itself in after 40 years of this struggle of the THA. In the last 20 years, every single draft estimate presentation submitted to this House has been rejected. Every single draft estimate presentation has been rejected by the Parliament. In 40 years, if I'm not mistaken, 30 of them when the PNM was in Trinidad. Every single one. It is much like our request for self-determination, starting way back with James Bigart, ending with Hotroy Charles. The Parliament continues to use their greater Trinidad numbers to choke out the will of the peoples of Tobago through limiting and possibly illegal laws that disenfranchise us while they steal our resources to their own benefit. We are tired. Tobagonians are tired, Mr. Presiding Officer. But we must make the case on behalf of all Tobagonians to the Parliament one more time. We must ask all Tobagonians to judge the Tobagonians harshly for their support of those whose hands and knees are at our necks. We must reserve special judgment for those who come from the loins of Tobago and choose the ideology of non-Tobago organizations to the detriment of us all. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I speak not of my good friend, the representative for Darrell Spring, Wim, as he is yet a babe in the cult, and I am hopeful that he would see the folly of his political ways and repent. And we know he's a babe because, being the sole representative, he could not even run for political leadership in Tobago.
sure that the chief has not yet closed the door on the concept of the willing and the competent, although demonstrating such competence might be challenging. But as Pastor Baines will say, repentance is the beginning of forgiveness. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to state that we on this side shall do all in our power to satisfy the wishes of the majority of Tobagonians who voted on December 6, 2021, and gave us the mandate to change the status quo and to position Tobago for immediate economic success. We have, of course, been failing. We shall take all necessary legal measures to circumvent these illegal laws that are pronounced upon us from over the hand. But reluctant as we are, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we must present the case one more time to the Parliament. So what is this case? The Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago states that Trinidad and Tobago shall be a sovereign democratic state. The Constitution states that Trinidad and Tobago shall comprise the island of Trinidad, the island of Tobago, and if I can just paraphrase this part, all the territories that were belonging to Trinidad and Tobago, it includes everything, including the seabed, the subsoil situated beneath the territorial sea and the continental shelf of Trinidad and Tobago. What this is saying, ladies and gentlemen of the House, is that Tobago consists of our beautiful main island, all the islands around us, our seabed, our subsoil beneath the territorial sea and continental shelf, and everything in our EEZ as defined by UNCLOS. This is what Tobago brings to this unrighteous union. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this definition means that we are singularly, Trinidad and Tobago, we are singularly sovereign, that we are singularly democratic. It could not be otherwise. What has happened, however, is that the architects of this Trinidad domination of Tobago have structured the administration of government, meaning the Parliament and the Senate and the associated structures, to the provision of government services and the build-out of public infrastructure as though we were insignificant, as though Tobago did not exist, and all we had was a Trinidad and Tobago. It is the only way you can attempt to define Tobago in bills and not define Trinidad. Additionally, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, because of the structuring of the sovereign democratic state by Sir Ellis and PM Williams, it must mean that apart from all those specifically mentioned in the bill which caused much consternation last year, all the revenue from every activity in the EEZ, the economic contribution of my siblings who moved to Trinidad to get better paying jobs, all the economic contribution from the entire Tobago diaspora in Trinidad, all the taxes on imported goods landed in Trinidad and sold in Tobago, all the revenue from the sale of tickets for Tobagonians over the years going to transact government and help business in Trinidad, all of that must be attributed to the Tobago GDP, not the 200 million that I wanted to say bastard, but I can't, that our Tobagonian Prime Minister exposed. I can go on and on
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, if my actuary, my brother, Mr. Purcell Lewis, were yet alive, another Tobagonian who had to migrate over the land to access better paying public sector jobs, if he were yet alive, I would ask him to calculate that figure for us. Oh, how they continue to rob us of our resources. I state these sets of facts to start my presentation because they speak to the root cause of our budgetary troubles in Tobago. $108 billion versus $5 billion. Let it sink in. Repairs to the Red House, $400 million. Tobago DP per annum, $250 million. The abandoned oncology center in Mount Hope, $700 million. Tobago DP, $250 million. Couva Children's Hospital, $1 billion. So Solomon Hutroy Highway Extension to Point 14, $6 billion and counting. Tobago DP, $250 million per annum. Two islands, their respective dependencies, one sovereign democratic state. Those are the figures that do not lie. So I want Tobagonians, starting today, wherever you are in the world, starting today, to think outside of the box that they have created for the member from Darrell Spring Glen. Actually, let us step out of that box. Let us step out of the box that allows the parliament that is clearly suffering from grandiosity, maybe colonial grandiosity, to limit us to some minimum allocation based on some archaic economic models based on population percentages. We need to step into a new era, into the new box where the contribution of all Tobagonians and their generations anywhere in Trinidad and anywhere in this Trinidad controlled state are attributed to Tobago, where all the revenue derived from our EEZ is calculated as the contribution of Tobago to the Trinidad and Tobago GDP. Only then, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we will retain our fair share of revenue of the sovereign democratic state of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is on this fair share premise that we have positioned our draft estimates of fiscal 2023. So let me now detail our plans and projections for the areas of responsibility of the day, vision of infrastructure, quarries, and urban development. Our goal is to lay the foundation for the new House of Tobago. And Pastor Baines will probably like this. It consists of many mansions. This house that we are going to build consists of many mansions which do not require us to go to any other jurisdiction to prepare. We are going to prepare it ourselves. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we did not need the policy research working paper commissioned by the World Bank in 2013 to tell us that economic growth is positively correlated to the stock of infrastructure assets in an economy, and that economic inequality declines with higher infrastructure quality and quantity. We did not need the World Bank to tell us that infrastructure development is the key to economic stimulation and sustained economic stability. Even a cursory visual comparison of the infrastructure in Tobago compared to that of Trinidad, on individual well-of residents, 2 islands, A cursory visual comparison of the infrastructure in Tobago compared to that of Trinidad or the individual wealth of residents on the two islands can tell us what the World Bank has told us. However, before we can build, we must first plan. That is what our district tours were about. We have started the process of assessing the state of Tobago's infrastructure. I want to report. We have also begun the process of determining what we need to upgrade and what we need to build. And Mr. Morris just reported, was gallivanting with the team from the division on the visitors to Darrell Spring Whim. Happy to be included, knowing that if it were his party, no such thing would happen. But PDP to the rescue. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we need to do the inventory and develop the project pipeline so we can plan adequately. What I have found since assuming my position at the division is that over the last 21 years, we have institutionalized, oh my, when you don't know the people thing. Forgive me, let me just find back my space. The technology is becoming a challenge. Somebody says old age. I claim my age. What I have found, pardon the interruption, since assuming the office of Secretary for Infrastructure, that over the last 21 years, we have institutionalized the marginalization of the staff at the division. This will end. They have contracted out work to friends and family while many of our daily rated team members sit idly. This too shall end. I want to applaud the team members who have started to put their hands up again. Beat the desk for the patching and paving teams, patching 21 years of potholes. I want to say to you, we see you, we love you, better equipment will soon come. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, on this matter of contracting work to friends and family, I must admit that some of that is unavoidable given our size and interconnectedness. However, what has happened over the last 21 years and encapsulated in the desperate last 12 months, at best is unforgivable. Approximately $390 million committed to contractors for mostly unscoped work without contractors in 7 or 8 months. $390 million, all listed here on 2 sheets, contracted to contractors without contract, without decent procurement methodology. In 7 or 8 months. And because you begin to threaten me, I will read this just for you. I'll read this just for you. This is a letter of award written by a junior officer in the division, signed by a junior officer in the division, possibly in collusion with the executive council or the administrator at the time, This is what the letter of award says. And this is the procurement. This is an example, one example of the procurement methodology of the last regime. Being an active participant in the THA's bonded road resurfacing program contractor pool, and as for your acceptance of the negotiated cost, as for your, let me just reread it so it sinks in what it is really saying. As for your acceptance of the negotiated cost for projects you have quoted on, your firm is hereby presented with this letter of award for the projects highlighted below. You are to take possession of the site and have the works executed as soon as is practicable. This is the procurement method that the last regime undertook to try to win an election, or if they lose, to constrain the activities of the PDP. The Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment, then as it was called, will proceed to offer official contract agreement documents for the design and construction of these road construction resurfacing projects to your firm. Up to today, not one design has been submitted. It goes on, the utmost quality of the finished product and the safe and efficient execution of each project is mandatory. Please be reminded that your firm must provide finance and execution of the projects and be reimbursed after completion. And it goes on and it goes on. This is a sample, Tobago, of the supposed contractual arrangements that we must pay on. A letter of award written by a junior officer, signed by a junior officer. Let me just read some of the projects because my good friend Pastor Baines is reaping the benefits. Church Street, Bethel, $6.2 million. Water Hole, Orange Hill Road Connector, $2.4 million. Orchard Road, Richmond, $4.4 million. York Trace, Bethel, Phase 2, $0.89 million. Mount Pleasant Extension, paving, $1.5. I could go, it's so many I can skip out some. Big Stick Gully, full road construction and ancillary works, $6.9 million. Hopetown Road Extension, 3.7. Riceland Spring Trace Road Restoration, 5.2, and so on and so on. $80 million awarded. $80 million awarded by a letter by a junior officer. $80 million. No scope, no design, no contract. And my good friend would say, we owe them. Let me just pay them.
The contractor want to know all the names.
This is the procurement process that you, sir, support. Do you support this, sir? This is what you support. When you stand proudly and you say, I am a member of the cult, this is what you support. They awarded, let me go on, project management consultancies to paper pushing NIDCO type friends from Trinidad.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the member would have imputed improper motive for the 44, and I would like that statement struck off the record. He's claiming that I supported something that I know nothing of.
Mr. Mr. Presiding Officer, sometimes language and English are a challenge.
Member for Scarborough Mongoose, continue with your debate.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
Also, member for Mongoose, please be reminded you have 5 minutes of speaking time remaining.
I believe that I shall not finish in 5 minutes. No, I'm going quickly. They awarded, when you come to this house to say that our budget request is too large, understand what you are saying, you know. They awarded project management consultancies to paper pushing NETCO type friends from Trinidad while refusing to build the capacity and competence of more than 12 professionals at the DIQ payroll who all have master's degree in construction management and project management. Instead, they prefer to pay project management fees to Trinidad firms, multiplying the Trinidad economy. This, I want to promise all Tobagonians, this will definitely end. And I may have to shorten this speech. Objection when you presented, not one. When you presented, not one. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, on the management side of the division, what we have is a pillar of administrative and management approaches cooked from a recipe that was not planned or thought out. The result is administrative and management confusion. And I lay the blame fully, the full blame on those who were in political office for 21 years. They did abandon the management of Tobago in favor of procurement like this. $80 million frittered away by a letter by a junior officer. I best drink some water. Because that's beginning to sink in that notwithstanding all of this, it is our role, it's probably my role to fix all this. Is that we operate within the service, we operate within a public service that was created to function in an era that has long passed. Over the last 2 decades, the THA has evolved into a hybrid organizational structure, an admixture of a division organizational model and a sustained by a projectized delivery model. The challenge is that we have not established a governance arrangement that link the two through a clear policy mandate. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the divisional model would establish the mandates and the projectized model would deliver the project and programs related thereto. I want to move a little faster, so I will under the new Tobago Capital Investment Development Program. Such an approach will ensure coordination of infrastructure development projects across all the divisions of the THA. Also, with the understanding that we cannot undertake projects without money, we need a predictable and sustainable funding mechanism. To this end, we will establish the Infrastructure Development Company, whose responsibility it will be to source and manage project funding. The Tobago IDC will introduce a current institutional framework and funding arrangement that will help to bring some sanity to the infrastructure development landscape of Tobago as we move towards this paradise that we are living in, to bring it to the best little island on the planet. I know when I read, everybody listens and people forget that they must thump the table. I am sure, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that we all can recall the premise. We all can recall the premise under which this fair share revenue agreement was made by the Chief Secretary.
Member for Scarborough Mount Grace, your speaking time has expired.
I was the 30th quickest minute.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I now beg to move that the speaking time of the member for Scarborough Mount Grace be extended to a further 10 minutes. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, member for...
Members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against? The ayes have it. You may proceed.
Let me move a little more quickly. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, data from the Ministry of Finance for the period 2001 to 2022 indicates that regarding allocations for both recurrent and development expenditure, Tobago received $40.4 billion, while Trinidad received in excess of $1 trillion. $40.4 billion as compared to $1 trillion. Further, from 1968 to 1996, Tobago received an allocation of 2.1% of the national, so-called national budget. This was the period when the majority of oil and gas revenue came from off the southeast coast of Trinidad. 2.1%. We had to go to the Dispute Resolution Commission in 96, that period between 96 and 2000, to get 4.02. The evidence is clear. It is a clear indication that the strategic intent of the PNM in Trinidad is, was, and forever will be to choke the oxygen out of Tobago through budgetary limitation. The question all of us in Tobago must ask ourselves as Tobagonians is that now that the gas is in the Tobago EEZ, is 4.03 a fair share? I want to suggest that the majority of Tobago, except the minority, will say, no, it is not fair. We know, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that a significant amount of revenue from oil and gas resources are derived from the waters in Tobago. Today, after years of hiding the fact that they were taking oil and gas from Tobago, today we are sure. BHP CEO 2 or 3 years ago, in relation to Calypso Field, is saying that Calypso Field had approximately 3.5 trillion cubic feet of gas. 2 months ago, the member for Roxborough was in the energy conference. The minister was saying that Calypso Field has between 6 and 10 trillion cubic feet of gas. Given that the government has standardized the tax regime to 35%, this 6 to 10 average at 8 trillion cubic feet of gas converts to tax revenue, potential tax revenue of 80 billion US dollars just from Calypso field. 80 billion. I don't even know how to calculate it when I multiply it by 7 or 8 to bring it to TT. The zeros will be so long, I can't understand how to do it. 80, half a trillion. A trillion is how much million again? $500 billion, according to my good friend, $500 billion expected to be collected from the Calypso field in Tobago off Charlottesville, bonded with Barbados, and they expect to give us 4.03. So 6.9% request, 3.97 billion request is in fact but a drop in the bucket. And I want all Tobagonians, when you drive past Rockley Vale traffic light, stop, take your children, cross over the road, look at the billboard, read it, and understand the lies that you have been told over the years, and let's all stand up together and say, hey, this constitutional madness that limits us to percentage of some budget is in fact wrong and unacceptable. In the interest of time, I will have to jump to the quarry. The quarry remains one of the best resources that we have in Tobago. It has been mismanaged, undermanaged. What we met at the quarry, I want to report, is 90% of the mobile equipment non-functional, jetty that cannot, built in the wrong place, that cannot house 5,000-ton barges, material being sold to preferred customers, friends of the P&M cult at $14 US dollars per ton for years. Today, the quarry could barely pay its bill. The THA has to give them a subvention of $5 million to keep them afloat. This we shall fix. Yes. In the URP, what we have met, in trying to wrap up, in the URP, what we have met is high-performing staff members doing the work that skilled artisans are doing in other parts of the division, and we had to find the money to increase their salary, to increase their perks, to increase their whole package. Why? Because the PDP gave out dry bread, as some of them were saying, in 2021. But today, we are going to offer saltfish with the bread. In the coastal management unit, we intend the coastal management unit, we intend to continue that project that has started from the lagoon down to Crown Point. We're going to extend that up the windward side up to Scarborough as we continue to study the wave action that's eroding the whole coastline in Lambo now. Hopefully we can model that out. We can build the protection structures along the seacoast to save the little land space that we have. We know them fellas in Crown Point don't want to move up to Roxborough, so we have to protect the land for them. We are in the process of building out the coastal management unit. To that end, we are writing a proposal now, which we'll be submitting to the IADB to fund the establishment of that unit. And so, in closing, as my time runs out, I have to really learn to speak according to the time limit that I have. What I've demonstrated is the disparity between the budgetary allocations between the two islands, vast disparity. We know that within the current construct that is Trinidad and Tobago, we do not stand side by side, and we never could stand side by side if we continue along this path. I've demonstrated that we have the resources in our territory that are more than adequate to meet our infrastructural development goals. And I call on all Tobagonians, wherever you are, all of us, to join hands with us and to ensure that the Trinidad-dominated Parliament begin to act in Tobago's best interests. Help us to claim the full benefits of our God-given location so that as we step out of the box to pursue prosperity, security, and stability through infrastructural development, we do so not by permission from Trinidad, not by afforded privilege, not by some percentage and pittance, but we do so by independence of thought, knowing that the mansion built by Sir Ellis and Prime Minister Eric must be broken down, and out of it must rise a new house of Tobago, crafted this time by the hands of Tobagonians. It is our legal right, our intrinsic prerogative, and our God-given inheritance. Stand, Tobago. Stand up for what is yours.
Member for Bagatelle Bacalet, you may join the debate.
Greetings, Deputy Presiding Officer. Firstly, I would like to thank Almighty God for the gift of life and for another avenue to represent the people of this island as the Secretary for the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. A special greetings to my colleagues in the Executive Council, all administrators, legislative staff, and our esteemed guests. To my Assistant Secretary, Mr. Nigel Tate. Thank you for your steadfast support with the divisional responsibilities assigned to us by our esteemed Chief Secretary, Mr. Farley Chavez Augustine. A warm and wholehearted thank you to the constituents of Bagatelle Bacalet for placing your confidence in me on December 6, 2021, to be part of this hard-working and resourceful executive. Lastly, a special thank you to all categories of workers at the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, who ensure the smooth running of the division's operations. Today, I want to begin my contribution to this budget presentation by highlighting that Tobago is for all of us, and as we work towards developing our island, we must change the work culture to ensure our future generations become even more progressive, and we must continue to work fervently as other patriots would do to develop their own islands or country, regardless of race, religion, social status, and political alliances. As such, the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development intends to contribute significantly towards Tobago's development by making nutritious food available and affordable to all Tobagonians while protecting the natural environment. Within the next 4 years, this administration intends to undertake and demonstrate an unparalleled effort to revitalize Tobago's agricultural sector. Pivotal to the resuscitation and growth of Tobago's economy is the growth and development of the agricultural sector, which includes every sustainable food system, together with supporting agro-processing industries with overall linkages to tourism, health, and education sectors. Last week, the Honorable Chief Secretary reported on hard facts about the agricultural sector in Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, given our short stint in the Tobago House of Assembly, and due to the urgent need to address food security issues, time did not permit this new administration to conduct detailed screening of new proposals and projects. However, this administration has started to work on a guiding development plan and a medium-term expenditure framework while we manage urgent issues. Deputy Presiding Officer, when I assumed my portfolio as Secretary of the Division, every station under the Department of Agriculture was in a state of disrepair. No boats were available to conduct adequate monitoring and patrols under the Department of Marine Resources and Fisheries, or even to manage or prize natural resources that exist on offshore islands, including Little Tobago. Agricultural lands were barely under cultivation, and livestock production was near non-existent. Many of our agricultural estates were abandoned and overgrown. Many of our antiquities were rusted to the core and have been stolen from these estates and possibly sold as scrap iron. Most fishing facilities were in a deplorable state. And lastly, the general public and staff morale towards agriculture was at its lowest. In terms of accountability, Deputy Presiding Officer, under TADCO, many contractors continue to demand payment for construction works without contracts or any form of legally binding documents. Also, millions of dollars were paid for equipment without contracts, and to date, we cannot utilize any of the infrastructure and equipment that was paid for prior to this new administration assuming office in December 2021. Another phenomenon that occurred just after I assumed office. Every time I attempted to speak to the technical staff across the division, their words expressed little hope. They made reference to all the aforementioned, including the fact that food security was never a priority and no money or attention was given to develop the sector. Some technical officers were managing with whatever little they had, and coupled with the top-down approach, this led to a state of disillusionment and cynicism. No matter how many times I spoke positively about fixing the division of food security, natural resources, the environment, and sustainable development, some officers were not convinced that this administration would do better. Can you see how much damage was done after 21 years of poor management? Deputy Presiding Officer. Thank God the people of Tobago placed their faith and trust in us and resoundingly voted out the last administration. I may have to request psychiatrists and counselors from the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection to assist with the healing process within my division after a lifetime of psychological abuse. Deputy Presiding Officer, under the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, I firmly believe that sustainability means managing the resources allotted to us now and managing the state of current assets this administration inherited in an attempt to meet urgent food security needs of all of us here in Tobago without compromising the ability of those to come to meet their own needs in the future. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is also important to define food security. Food security means reliable access to enough food of suitable variety and nutrition that is also affordable for all citizens, whatever their station. It is multidimensional, measurable with survey data, for example, and concerns, among other things, household access to income and income generation assets, hence poverty status, household consumption patterns that avoid malnutrition, the nutrition and health qualities of food like chemical contamination, price levels and inflation, producible varieties and productivity in the agricultural and fisheries sector. Deputy Presiding Officer, as we all know, the reasons for food insecurity varies from country to country, but in Tobago, food insecurity continues to stem from rising commodity prices, inflation, and predicted or unpredicted environmental disasters. And let me add, the past administration. Deputy Presiding Officer, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic and prior to the worldwide disruption of the supply chain due to the pandemic, it was obvious that there was no significant investment in agriculture in Tobago. Tobago's agricultural sector contributes to 1.1% of Tobago's GDP, which amounted to 18.4 million in 2021. This is produced with 2.5% of Tobago's employees, and that makes agricultural productivity about 42% of productivity in Tobago. It is estimated that as much as 80% of fresh agricultural produce consumed in Tobago is grown or imported from Trinidad. Now, the present Ukraine-Russian war has further inflicted increases in food prices and many other inputs that support the agricultural sector. Flour and poultry prices have skyrocketed, and this directly affects low-income households and businesses throughout Tobago. If you do not see it coming, I am saying the Deputy Presiding Officer, in the near future, we will have to worry about food and fuel. If those food cards under the Division of Health and Social Protection, Wellness and Social Protection, they will soon have little to no value because we have to urgently tackle food security issues with immediate effect. As soon as I was assigned to the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, I had to take urgent, decisive action towards agriculture-related, environment-related, and fisheries-related issues under the division, with the assistance of my Assistant Secretary. Deputy Presiding Officer, today I cannot outline everything we have accomplished during our 6-month tenure, but I will point out those activities that have begun to transform the division. The Capital of Paradise, the fishing vessel that is being managed by the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, was revamped and is in good working condition for fishing expeditions. Today, Tobagonians can boast that after its return from years of inactivity, the Capital of Paradise returned from its voyage that took place on June 3rd to June 12th and yielded a total catch valued at $17,134 US. The catch was graded, packaged, and shipped to the United States to earn Forex. With this pilot, TADCO will factor in challenges at sea due to adverse weather and operational costs in an attempt to provide a valid measure of the long-term financial viability of this operation. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Minority Leader mentioned in his presentation earlier that the Capital of Paradise, and I quote, was fully renovated in December of 2021. My recollection, that is what he said, that under their administration, the board under their administration, they renovated it. That is far from the truth. Please permit me to outline the raw facts pertaining to this vessel. According to the condition survey of both Capital of Paradise 1TT003015, report dated 28 November 2021, approximately 1 week before December 6th, THA elections, this survey report indicates the following defects: wheelhouse defects, AC related, navigational lights defective, and outside hull defects, paint coating, that is just to name a few. Deputy Presiding Officer, this is what transpired. The vessel was berthed alongside the Caribbean Fisheries Compound in April 2018. After it came back from a fishing trip at that time, it was under FIPCOT in 2018. In 2019, somewhere between the months of May and July, the vessel sailed to Suriname for dry dock for 6 weeks at a cost of 1.7 million TT dollars. In October 2021, between the 15th of October and the 25th, 10 days, the vessel went on dry dock again under TADCO to Maritime Preservation Services. In Trinidad, it came back to Trinidad and was again docked, and we lost $39,000 US in repairs. The vessel was then carried back to Caribbean Fisheries Compound at a cost of $100 US per day. Just imagine, the previous administration spent millions, perhaps wasted millions of taxpayers' dollars over a period of 3 years, spinning top in mud and operating like some headless yard fowls. Yet the vessel still had so many defects. Thank God the people voted out that last administration, because we came in to fix this, and we fixed this. Given the increase in the price of poultry, TADCO is introducing contract farming, where the chicks and feed will be provided to poultry farmers in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I now call upon all poultry farmers to visit TADCO TADCO will be purchasing your chickens to supply the local market. TADCO will continue to build the capacity of the local poultry farmer, where the farmer will have a guaranteed market for poultry. TADCO will not be supporting the foreign chicken. And allow me to take this opportunity to call upon our pig farmers as well. We are getting closer to Christmas, and TADCO wants to purchase local pork to supply pork commodities, such as ribs and specialty cuts. TADCO recently signed a memorandum of understanding with Novo Farms Limited in Trinidad, and by September, TADCO will be supplying alternative flour in partnership with Novo Farms Limited to both Trinidad and Tobago and the wider region. The packing house at Shaw Park has been earmarked for alternative flour processing, and the equipment is already in Tobago. Representatives from Novo Farms Limited will be visiting us in July to finalize the arrangements for the alternative flour factory. The idea is to promote Tobago as a brand throughout the region. Also, another Trinidad company called Mafas Limited will be visiting the holdings of Tobago farmers in the second week of July to provide training on how to increase their yields. They will provide training in the cultivation of fruits, vegetation, and root tubers. TADCO is working intimately with the Tobago Agricultural Development Bank to assist farmers and agro-processors with loans to further develop their businesses. I will stop here again to appeal to all farmers to reach out to TADCO to see how TADCO can assist you with technical support so that you can qualify for a loan at ADB. TADCO will offer preferred business rates to long-term clients, so start now. And I am happy to announce that TADCO is allocating $250,000 immediately towards environmentally friendly fertilizers for farmers who are participating in the contract farming pilot program, with the aim of supplying the school feeding program and in keeping with the mission of building healthier school children and by extension a healthier Tobago. And I'm sure I heard the minority speak about that. We are already starting to fix that already. Within the division, there is ongoing collaboration with FAO and the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, ICA, towards enhancing the school nutrition program. In this month, these organizations, along with DAMDEFCO, the National Agricultural Marketing Development Company Limited, and TADCO, facilitated training for Tobago farmers on good agricultural practices to approach food safety from the farm to the fork. And I'm sure you saw that in the newspapers, Minority Leader. TADCO, in conjunction with the division, has started to repurpose the Shaw Park temporary market into a day-night market, appropriately named Taste of Tobago, where farmers, agro-processors, food vendors, artisans, and craftsmen will soon be able to sell their produce and product. The Louisdor processing facility will be repurposed for agro-processing with immediate effect. And let me stop here to mention the gas rebate, as I was instructed by my assistant secretary to remind you that the gas rebate for fishermen, that was launched in May 31st to bring comfort to the pockets of fishermen. 2 5-acre parcels of land have been identified in Kendall and Louisdor for the establishment of mango and guava fruit farms to provide the much-needed raw materials for local agro-processors. Plant propagation at Louisdor Nurseries has also started to supply planting stock for these lands. As it relates to the issues raised by the Tobago farmers on Tractor Pool, a technical committee was established to review the operational inefficiencies at Tractor Pool. Some members from this committee are going to Trinidad at the beginning of July to look at some high-powered tractors along with a tractor trailer. Where services exceed Tractor Pool's ability to deliver, the division will outsource to private tractor operators. Under the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program, the Tobago Breadfruit Initiative was launched, which led to the planting of breadfruit trees across households in Tobago and inspired the first Breadfruit Festival, which featured value-added products made from breadfruit at Zion Hill in Bell Garden. Also at the first Breadfruit Festival, TADCO made a commitment to support the Zion Hill Youth Association and all groups with similar initiatives. The supply of plantain stock is critical in addressing food security issues. The Plant Tissue Culture Laboratory sold 9,693 plantain plants, distributed 868 plants. 15,296 plants are now available for sale, and this includes plantain, ginger, and dasheen. And an additional 19,854 plants inside the laboratory is to be added to the greenhouse for growth, hardening, and sale. Now, that is performance. Yes. Listen to those figures. Under the Home Gardening Initiative, 99 home garden advisory visits were conducted with 3,584 seedlings delivered to these homes. At the Lure Planting Material Repository, 29,965 sweet potato slips and 3,280 cassava sticks were distributed to farmers. So not only Louis Doyle, you heard 2 other stations, they are supplying plantain stock. The division commenced a marketing and promotional campaign entitled Get to Know the Vendor. This campaign started in February to highlight and increase brand awareness on different categories and specific goods and services offered at the Scarborough market. The categories which have been featured thus far include the haberdashery, seafood, butcher, food stalls, and shop stall sections. The IT department at the division has designed a digital farmers registry and is currently designing an independent website so that Tobagonians can easily access forms and other initiatives. Also, the IT department will computerize tractor pool services to track payments for services to the rate of services provided. The division established the Research and Development Information System, RADIS, which will focus on market research and intelligence. Survey instruments were developed, which would encompass all stakeholders in the agriculture sector in a robust information gathering project. We can now look forward to improve worker productivity under the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. Wage increases and revisions of the terms and conditions of employment were revised for workers engaged under the Mistletoe Control Program and the Cocoa Rehabilitation Project at Lure Estate. As of now, there are no gaps in wages, employment, and retirement benefits for these workers. These workers were previously not in alignment with the collective agreement and are now being paid 2013 wages. Special thanks to Ms. Judy Bob, our management accountant at the division, Assistant Secretary Sertica Williams-Orr, and in the Office of the Chief Secretary, and my advisor, Mr. Kidel Kerr, for their hard work and dedication in this regard. Also, this committee will be reviewing the terms and conditions of employment for workers employed under the Agriculture Access Roads Program and the Wetlands Program, so that wage disparity issues can be corrected. Wages will also increase for workers under the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program. Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, imagine in 2022, some categories of workers under this program were still receiving as a wage as low as $80 per day. Total overhaul and renewing of the wastewater management plant was completed at the Scarborough Abattoir, and the slaughtering of cattle resumed at the Scarborough Abattoir on Tuesday, the 8th February 2022. Deputy Presiding Officer, these are just a few milestone achievements of the division since we assumed office, which is far more than what my predecessors have done in 21 years. Deputy Presiding Officer, the development of the agricultural sector will continue to be participatory, which involves consistent dialogue with the Tobago diaspora. Not all talk, but an all-inclusive approach where we as government listen to the majority, embrace the science, and act where it is needed. Immediately after assuming office, a policy-making retreat was hosted for senior staff members and heads of all departments. Subsequent to this retreat, Deputy Presiding Officer, the division met with various stakeholders in the sector to collaboratively determine the path forward for agriculture, fisheries, forestry, agro-processing, and other related subsectors. Emanating from these discussions will be an integrated sustainable food, forestry, and fisheries policy and plan that will form the backbone for sector development. These consultations will continue throughout this fiscal year and into the new fiscal year towards improving and enhancing the strategic plan for the entire division, inclusive of operational plans for stations, departments, and key units. Also, consultations for the implementation of user fee systems for Little Tobago and the Main Ridge Forest Reserve and other protected sites will continue. Deputy Presiding Officer, under my tenure at the division, no board member will serve without regular appraisals. Continuous performance assessments of boards and committees will take place to ensure that all members contribute towards the success of companies, programs, and projects. The division's mandate is a serious one, which will affect the lives of everyone on this island, especially the most vulnerable. Given these challenging times, complacency cannot be tolerated at any level. Tobagonians cannot afford to continue with the practices of the previous regime of collecting honorariums without being held accountable. Vet laboratory project. A new veterinary laboratory is scheduled for construction in fiscal 2023. This new facility will cater to provide improved and additional veterinary services in the areas of diagnostics through laboratory investigations, establishment of surveillance programs for early disease detection, the establishment of disease prevention and control frameworks, and enforcement of regulations under the Animal Diseases and Importation Act 1954. There are currently no similar facilities within the division, the Tobago House of Assembly, or among any private enterprises capable of meeting these demands. Therefore, Deputy Presiding Officer, this project will provide for the construction of a new veterinary diagnostic laboratory with appropriate offices for field staff. In addition to this, we will cater for the supply of support facilities such as an incinerator, toilet and washroom facilities, post-mortem room, cold storage, quarantine and treatment, medicinal storage, specialized laboratory services, and support infrastructure. The advent of COVID-19 has taught us many lessons, one of which is being able to facilitate sample testing that is easily accessible, readily available, which meets international standards for other reportable and notifiable diseases that may be of significance for both animal and human health. Botanic Gardens. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Botanic Gardens project is yet another signal initiative which I intend to pursue in the new fiscal year. The Botanic Gardens is an essential part of our urban heritage, a strong element in the architectural and aesthetic form of our town.
Member for Bagatelle Bacolet, you have 5 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you. It is of ecological and social significance. Therefore, the planned upgrade will take place on a phased basis with the input of stakeholders through consultation. It is necessary that we cater for the beautification, rehabilitation, and landscaping works of this green space. We also aim to incorporate indigenous forests and fruit trees, flowers, palms, and other shrubs as part of the landscape. Hardscape construction will be considered as another element in this project. The establishment of a uniquely designed Tobago-centric water feature will be constructed. I'll move on because I want to highlight the developmental pillars. All right. So the division intends to revitalize and redevelop the agricultural sector based on 4 developmental pillars: production, agro-processing, marketing and research, and agro-tourism. Production. The division will provide the enabling environment and facilitate the increase in existing food production levels generally across the sector, and specifically for targeted sustainable food systems across agriculture and fisheries subsectors. The division will develop a food policy that will form the backbone of sectoral development. The division will develop food systems to target specific strategic commodities across agriculture and fisheries subsectors. Focus will be mainly on root tubers, including sweet potato, cassava, and dasheen, food crops, including plantain, banana, and pigeon peas, fruits, including citrus, guava, mango, and cocoa, and other vegetable crops, to meet the nutritional requirements of Tobagonians in both raw and processed forms. In terms of livestock production, I'm happy to report that with immediate effect, 600,000 has been allocated towards the refurbishing of livestock pens on all state farms across Tobago. Currently, TADCO has taken a decision to reach out to neighboring countries to assist with building capacity on the island, as well as brokering trade agreements to import livestock. The division is also pursuing the development of an integrated model sheep and goat farm, utilizing the assistance through a South-to-South cooperation with Cuban experts. This activity will be executed at the Bleming Sheep Project Study Park site. The division will receive expert training along with the associated goods and services for improved production and breeding efficiency through embryonic fertilization technology and the use of bioenergy in farm operations. Deputy Presiding Officer, forage and silage farms for small ruminant farmers will be developed in the next fiscal year. Strengthening of the fisheries subsector is also of vital importance and will be strengthened to provide significant quantities of fish for export. The division intends to train and assist fishermen in developing an export-oriented fisheries sector. And let me stop here to mention that the Palo-Tuvere fish facility will be constructed in the next fiscal year. The King Peter Bay Road fish facility will also be constructed.
The one in Miss now.
The Scarborough fish facility is 90% complete, and all the other fishing facilities, minor repairs will begin. Unlike previous undertakings, we will engage in a rational distribution of state lands for approved food systems development. The recently formed Farmlands Committee is tasked with providing an inventory of state lands, identifying suitable lands for food production, and provide a framework for infrastructure development and land allocation. Deputy Presiding Officer, the division will undertake the task to install the requisite infrastructure, roads, water, and power closer to the date of land allocation. Today, I'm happy to report that the division has committed over $9 million to pay WASA to resolve the water woes of Corland, Belmont Estate, and Lamy Road. Also, the division intends to continue the Access Roads program. This time around, emphasis will be placed on developing access roads where they are critically needed by farmers and will be more effective and efficient in its entirety. Deputy Presiding Officer, the division will prioritize distribution of lands to innovative youths who are either presently engaged in agriculture or need land for farm expansion, or who intend to engage in such activity after meeting the necessary pre-qualification criteria. The division will incentivize investment in food production through grants and incentives, including public-private partnerships. Deputy Presiding Officer, we are all aware that this approach to fixing agriculture has been tried over decades with little success. Therefore, I want investment in agro-processing, as well as establish the necessary forward and backward linkages in the sector for sustainability. In dealing with strengthening of the agro-processing subsector, the division proposes the following: repurposing of TADCO to support and develop local agro-processors to the level where their products can stand side by side with competitors in national, regional, and international markets. Training of young agri-entrepreneurs in agro-processing, utilizing local raw materials and linking this training to funding and investment opportunities for business development. Hosting of agro-processing trade and investment shows that exposes local agro-processors to investment opportunities at a national and regional level. The division will seek to develop and implement a number of agro-processing incentives in consultation with the Tobago Agro-Processors Association, geared specifically to develop and support vibrant and competitive agro-processing businesses in Tobago. These incentives will be based on a rebate system and administered in a similar manner as the National Agriculture Incentive Program. The third developmental pillar, marketing and research. The division will establish marketing pathways that optimizes the economic returns from primary production and agro-processing systems. This will entail restructuring of the marketing department to focus on providing timely market research and information. Tobago farmers and fishermen must be treated as entrepreneurs and be provided with the right information for business, investment, and development. The division has initiated this restructuring process as mentioned earlier. providing optimal marketing infrastructure, both physical and virtual, that link both small and large farmers, fisherfolk, and agro-processors in Tobago with buyers locally, nationally, and overseas. This will entail the much-needed repairs to our existing fish markets and other appropriate sites throughout Tobago. The division also proposes to construct 2 abattoirs that will address the lack of facilities for small ruminant and poultry processing on the island. It is expected that these facilities will stimulate more poultry and small ruminant operations in Tobago, lending to increased levels of self-sufficiency and food security with respect to meat production in Tobago. Through all of its facilities and resources, including TADCO, the division intends to maximize the existing demand and consumption of high-quality Tobago produce and food through the development of a Tobago brand that will be affixed to any product from farmers, fishermen, agro-processors, or local food producers that comes under this brand. This seal or quality assurance brand will help elevate the competitiveness of Tobago, Tobago-grown or made products, and increase revenues for all stakeholders that utilize this brand. The 4th developmental pillar, agrotourism. The division will promote and develop sustainable agrotourism linkages for further sector expansion, added job creation, and to maximize the economic returns of Tobago's land, water, forests, and other natural resources. Our history in agriculture and the resultant food and culture must work in tandem to produce agrotourism enterprises and initiatives that are unique to Tobago and that any visitor will want to experience. It is an underachievement by the division that after 2 decades of tourism, very little can be shown for tourism other than sea, sun, and sand. The division intends to change this paradigm by engaging more sectors, in this instance, the agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and agri-food sector, in the development of a continuously evolving, unique Tobago tourism product. As such, the division intends to explore the potential of and engage in the following agrotourism initiatives. Agrotourism ventures that are linked to our past agricultural history, culture, and antiquities to tourism, for example, cocoa and sugar production, food festivals such as Yam, Blue Food Festival, Breadfruit Festival, etc. Street food fairs that cater for short-stay visitors such as the cruise ship arrivals. Farm tourism experiences that provide visitors with the opportunity to be part of a rural experience, working on farms among crops and animals. Deputy Presiding Officer, TADCO is now setting up an agrotourism unit as well to support the division to facilitate the agrotourism sector on the island. TADCO will be launching an annual farm-to-table festival where all agro-processors will have a stage to showcase local products. The goal is to protect and preserve Tobago's indigenous products for years to come. According to the recent remarks of the Deputy Chief Secretary, Tobago farmers and agro-processors, it's time to loosen your belt. Okay, so I'm trying to pick out the relevant. All right. Yes, as it relates to energy, for the next fiscal year, the division will embark on four pilot projects to determine the feasibility of utilizing a solar dehydrator for tea bag production and drying fruits for resale, the construction of a biogas power generator to supply a daily power of 32 kilowatt hours to supply electricity needs of an abattoir from biomass materials such as animal waste or the sargassum seaweed, to determine the technical and financial feasibility of supplying off-grid electricity to isolated or rural communities through a renewable energy microgrid system, to develop a Preda Larceny Action Now plan program, which is a program designed to offer rebates or subsidies on solar cameras for the purpose of mitigating or reducing the impacts of Preda larceny. So I'll wrap up by saying, towards a future of food and environmental security, the division should point to, in fiscal 2023, through the programs and projects identified, the division intends to start the redevelopment of agriculture, fisheries, and forestry in Tobago to enable greater environmental and food security. The division will also participate actively in the formulation of Tobago's development plan and associated medium-term expenditure framework, which will provide the context in which its future annual expenditure programs, policies, and incentives for the sector development will be designed. Finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, the overall draft estimates for 2022-2023 for the division is as follows. Development program, 97 million. Recurrent expenditure, 250,982,456 TT dollars. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Minority Councillor, you may join the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute in this budget debate. Deputy Presiding Officer, the tears of a father and mother speak without saying a word as they watch their children in pain because for days they have not eaten well as they would have lost their jobs. The mother stretching what little they have in an effort to save because they don't know when they will be dismissed. The contract worker afraid, sidelined, placed in a corner because they are perceived red flag wavers. This is the reality of some Tobagonians. This is their pain. Deputy Presiding Officer, are those in authority listening and hearing? We thank God, and He sees, He hears, He is listening, and He knows their needs. Madam Presiding, Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to get into the debate. And when the Secretary of Finance and member for Palativia Lansome side was sitting on this side, he had a lot to say about the budget statement. In the member's contribution to the 2021 budget statement, the Madam Presiding Officer fast forward to 2022. I have Presiding Officer, I have in my possession both a copy of the budget statement for fiscal 2023 as well as the budget statement for fiscal 2021. And I want to go through briefly, Deputy Presiding Officer. And for the 2021 budget statement, it starts with the theme, and that theme was recalibrating our priorities towards a more resilient future. And one, it says introductory remarks. Madam Presiding Officer, Honorable Chief Secretary, Secretaries, Assistant Secretaries, Minority Leader, and other members of the House of Assembly, Chief Administrator and other administrators, senior staff of the Tobago House of Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the public gallery, local and international audiences following this presentation on radio, on television, and World Wide Web, members of the media, good morning. 2021. Madam Presiding, Deputy Presiding Officer, I turn to the budget statement for fiscal 2023. And I go to page 1. It starts with the theme, towards a smarter, greener, more autonomous Tobago. 1, introductory remarks. Madam Presiding Officer, Deputy Chief Secretary, Secretaries, Assistant Secretaries, Minority Leader, and other members of the House of Assembly, Chief Administrator and other administrators, senior staff of the Tobago House of Assembly, regional and national context. 3 was the review of the recent financial and budgetary development present in the 2023. It further goes on to elaborating on our fiscal priorities, and it then speaks to the 2021 expenditure estimates. And Madam Presiding, Deputy Presiding Officer, Again, if we go to the statement for 2023, it's basically the same outline. 2, so after 1 or introductory remarks, 2, outlook for the global, regional, national, and Tobago, urgent policy actions in 3. 4, we had the THA policy agenda for fiscal 2023. 5, we had the expenditure for 2023 estimates and financing the 2023 estimates, and then we concluded. Madam Presiding Officer, I took the time to go through the structure of the budget statement to demonstrate that this is the same old structure, and in some instances, a copy and paste of the same old policies, as the minority leader would have highlighted, and that this Secretary of Finance used to prepare the 2023 statement. And Deputy Presiding Officer, in the opinion of the minority, the Chief Secretary should have started his presentation last Thursday by first apologizing to the former Secretary of Finance for the disparaging comments he made in the past, and secondly, to thank him for laying the foundation upon which this maiden statement was built. And that is why, Deputy Presiding Officer, the minority continues to stress that governance is a continuum, and you build on the work of those who would have gone before and give them credit where credit is due. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Secretary of Finance was very critical of the PNM administration when he was on this side. And the Hansard reads, in the midst of a serious crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic, the Secretary comes and he gives us a 4.7 billion budget, and it has now become a sore of a tired, all intellectually bankrupt practice that we throw out these budgets and then get about half or less than half. When you look at what we got on the development or capital side of the budget, in revenues to fund the budget, we are just throwing out these figures, and there is no correlation between throwing out these figures and actually getting what we need to run this place called Tobago. I searched for reasons why the Secretary of Finance would not, after his 8th budget and his 8th experience, after the 20th budget of the PNM and the 20th experience with how the central government responds to our budget requests, I searched for reasons why he would still give us a budget of 4.71 billion for a plausible explanation. And the Hansard goes on. All we have gotten for Tobago is a bare minimum, as allowed by the DRC. Just last year, he asked for 4.5 billion. We got 2.3 billion. So the pattern has been the same ad nauseum, and Tobagonians are asking, at what point are we going to try a different strategy? Because we keep doing this. It keeps looking as if we are begging. It keeps on looking as if we are going cup in hand, bruising our knees, paying penance and begging, hoping and pleading that one day the central government will wake up and just give us what we asked for. Madam Presiding Officer, these are not my words.
Minority Councillor, could you have a good look at me, please? Thanks. I am not the presiding officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, thanks.
I apologize, Deputy Presiding Officer. These are not my words, Deputy Presiding Officer. These are the words ascribed in the Hansard to the Chief Secretary and now Secretary of Finance. And it would be interesting to find out what is the new strategy that this PDP-led THA is employing to receive its 6.9% of the national budget. Deputy Presiding Officer, same old. Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to move to the area of support for business. And the Chief Secretary in his statement indicated that the division is in direct discussion with some commercial banks with the aim of co-creating a Tobago-specific cash flow solution. He further indicated that the Assembly is currently preparing a THA-backed 60 million liquidity facility to assist the island's business sector to recover from adverse effects of the pandemic, along with a practical and affordable way of increasing the volume of domestic, regional, and international visitors to the island. Deputy Presiding Officer, a similar program was implemented by the central government, which is the SME Stimulus Local Loan Facility, which is a government-sponsored loan program up to $300 million to help micro, small, and medium-sized businesses impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The low businesses could not satisfy them. And Deputy Presiding Officer, my question to the Secretary of Finance is, in light of this, what would be done differently to allow for greater participation of the business community in Tobago, since this initiative will be administered by the commercial institutions who may have similar policies and requirements? And Deputy Presiding Officer, permit me now to turn my attention to housing. And the Secretary of Finance in his budget statement indicated, and I quote, "We have begun to think through an ambitious but achievable housing program. It is our intention to provide 10,000 fully serviced housing lots in our first term. 1,000, We intend to pursue a housing program using partnership investment instruments." Thank you. It is our intention to provide 1,000 fully serviced housing lots in our first term. This is 250 units per fiscal year, or a 300% increase in delivery. We intend to pursue our housing program using partnership investment instruments with investors both at home and abroad. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary goes on to say, we intend to commence work on our housing strategy in the second quarter of fiscal 2023. And Madam Presiding Officer, the first term that the Secretary of Finance speaks about is a period of 4 years, which commenced in December 2021. I am not sure if the member recognizes, but we are already halfway through year 1 of this term. And from the statement, the Secretary of Finance also indicated that it is the intention of his administration to commence work on the housing strategy in the second quarter of fiscal 2023, which could be sometime in January, February, or March 2023. It therefore means, Madam Presiding Officer, that based on the budget statement as presented at the end of year 1, which is December 2022, no house would have been built. Now we are halfway through fiscal 2023, year 2. And this, based on the statement, is when the housing strategy will commence. My question to the Secretary is, Madam Presiding Officer, how long will it take to build out the strategy? When will construction begin in year 2? And based on the time frame, how many houses can be realistically completed by the end of fiscal 2023, which is package addresses, and by the end of year 2 of this administration's term, December 2023. And Madam Presiding Officer, further question will be, What is the time frame for building out the partnership investment strategy? How many houses will be built under the partnership investment instruments? And what will be the cost of the partnership investment instruments transactions? Madam Presiding Officer, additionally, in reviewing the development program estimates for housing and settlement 08, only the following items related to the construction of houses based on the explanation column in the DP estimates were identified. And Madam Presiding Officer, if you look at the DP estimates under housing and settlement 08, we have item number 482, revitalization and infill program to Tobago, and the estimate for 2023 is $480,000, and the explanation column reads, provides for resurveying, cut and fill of lots and construction of drains and 4 duplex units at Killigrew Housing Development and the clearing of retention ponds. Madam Presiding Officer, the other line item that addressed in terms of the explanation housing was item number 496, Adventure Phase 2. And the 2023 estimates are $21,060,000. And the explanation is, provides for conduction of surveys, engineering designs and preliminaries, construction of retaining walls and roadways, 16 three-bedroom duplex units, and upgrades to existing townhouses. And there's a new line item, it doesn't have any number, new affordable housing project, and this is 2023 estimates $12 million, and this provides for the construction of 30 modular affordable homes. And Madam Presiding Officer, based on these estimates, when I add up the number of houses estimated to be built in fiscal 2023 based on the DP estimates here, Madam Presiding Officer, it is 4 duplex units, 16 three-bedroom duplex units, and 30 modular affordable houses. This amounts to 50, Madam Presiding Officer, significantly less than the 250 per year as stated. And Madam Presiding Officer, there's a possibility that these 50 houses may not be realized by the end of fiscal 2023, since the housing strategy is set to begin in the mid of fiscal 2023. And further, Madam Presiding Officer, it is proven difficult to see how this administration intends to build 1,000 fully serviced housing lots in the 4 years as indicated. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary of Finance condemned the former administration for not building enough houses. But we don't wake up one morning and decide to build houses. If the land is not owned by the state, it has to be acquired. And this is a process, sometimes a very lengthy process. And if it is owned by the state, it has to be developed. And so the former administration spent time to develop the housing estates in Roxborough, in Hope, in Plymouth, Castara, and Belgarden to add to the housing stock on the island and provide affordable housing to Tobagonians. And Madam Presiding Officer, and acquired lands at Shervan, Corland, and Friendship to provide residential lands to Tobago. And Madam Presiding Officer, it is the work of the former administration that will allow this administration to build the houses. And that's why we continue to say that governance is a continuum. You pick the baton from where it was left off. So it is building on the work of the past. And Madam Presiding Officer, I want to turn to another statement of the Chief Secretary in his statement as it relates to a 2006 Auditor General's report. And Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary of Finance said that over 21 years, we have all witnessed public denouncement of the poor quality of the THA's institutional systems and procedures in successive reports of the Auditor General. And the Secretary of Finance cites an incident in 2006 Auditor General's report, which revealed that a former THA had recorded in the financial statement bank account of 225.8 million, but could not provide the banking details. And he is asking the minority councillor, to provide an explanation. Madam Presiding Officer, for the record, there's a saying, Madam Presiding Officer, that when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Madam Presiding Officer, it is quite strange that this Secretary of Finance wants a minority councillor to explain something that happened or occurred in 2006, when the minority councillor was not engaged anywhere in the Tobago House of Assembly at the time. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to caution the Chief Secretary to check his source and his informants and do his own due diligence as he is being misinformed. The Chief Secretary should have done his homework, and if he did, he would have known that the minority councillor was nowhere close to the THA in 2006. And further, Madam Presiding Officer, it may serve the member to redirect the question to the individuals who were there at the time. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, I would have done the research and I would have seen on this THA website a response from the former Chief Administrator in 2006 to the Auditor General's report, who is one of the signatories to the financial statements along with the Administrator for Finance. So, Madam Presiding Officer, it may augur well for the Secretary of Finance to direct his question as it relates to this 2006 Auditor General elsewhere. Madam Presiding Officer, as I conclude, I wish to advise that the citizens and the people of Tobago dealt with the PNM on December 6th. And that is why we are on this side and you are on there. You said after the elections, you will take off your jerseys. There will be no longer no red or green jersey, and you will work for all of Tobago. You promised that no one will lose their work, so to speak. You said that you will fix it. 6 months later, Madam Presiding Officer, placing hundreds of Tobagonians on the breadline is not fixing it. Not allowing public servants and contract officers to perform their duties that taxpayers are paying them to do because they are placed in a corner since they are perceived PNMites is not fixing it. Destroying the confidence that the financial institutions on the island once had in the THA is not fixing it. Hiring friends and family to fill the daily rated permanent list without the involvement of the union, even after the said union advised of the proper processes, you still go and do your own thing. That is not fixing it. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I end my contribution, I want to end with this quote from Miles Monroe. And it says, leadership is not about control, but about service. It is not about power, but about empowerment. Let us serve all of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Let me start by indicating that while we will bring today's debate to a conclusion momentarily, that I expect some more conversations to continue publicly, and the public forum will be utilized to facilitate conversations, continued conversations from the Deputy Chief Secretary, the secretaries in the Division of Education, Research and Technology, the Assistant Secretary in the Office of the Chief Secretary, as well as the Secretary of Tourism, and Settlements, Sports, more detail through Assistant Secretary Clark, some more information to come out of Assistant Secretary Sampson as well. And we will continue that conversation, but one thing the PDP is known for is public engagement and speaking to the people of Tobago. We have never been fearful of that, and so that conversation will continue. Madam Presiding Officer, you know, I'm a bit disappointed. Disappointed in that, you know, I am trying to get emergency briefings. I am listening to the minority leader online. I am rushing in here to capture the greater half of his presentation. And I'm saying this is my good friend, my schoolmate, and by the time we got to sixth form, my classmate. But I have come to understand that someone can be in your class and not of your class. And then I listened to the minority councillor, and there are two C words, polite ones of course, because I'm a Christian and I don't use the impolite ones. But the two C words that surmises their presentations are confusing on one end and clueless on the other end. Madam Presiding Officer, there is such a thing called white privilege. There might be a thing called black privilege. There might be a thing called first world privilege. There might be a thing called first class, upper class privilege. But I've learned today that in Tobago, and perhaps in Tobago and Trinidad, there is such a thing called PNM privilege. And what PNM privilege is, it's a nasty belief that their party is superior to country, and that all their wrongs are right, and that all their ways are right, and that what is okay for them to do is not okay for anyone else to do, but they must keep doing what they want to do. And there is one word to summarize this PNM privilege, and it's called hypocrisy. On the first instance, we heard that the budget is too lofty, it's too aspirational. The dreamer is dreaming. But as a man in the script, I believe in the scriptures, I am very much aware of the Joseph experience. You see, when he told his siblings about this dream he had, they thought the same thing. You had to be dreaming, boy. You seeing coat of nice colors, you seen sheep and goat and brothers and everybody bowing to you. You're dreaming. You are a dreamer. But if someone does not start dreaming for this place called Tobago now, when will we start dreaming for this place called Tobago? And if it is, we don't wake up from the nightmare we experienced the last 21 years and start dreaming positively for this island today, when will that come? And yes, I will be happy to accept the description of being a dreamer, of being too wishful, of being too fanciful. There is one description I know they will not say of me, and that is they will never call me a thief. Secretary Dr. Beeswell pointed out quite factually that this budget presentation is in fact the smallest budget presentation by number, by figure, in more than 5 years. It is insignificantly so. And that's because we didn't try to inflate the budget with foolishness. We didn't try to just be superfluous. We sat, we said, look, the national budget, given the economic circumstances, will be around 57 billion thereabout. We said the maximum we could get based on the DRC, which the Parliament, the DRC is not a recommendation, Madam Presiding Officer, you know. We have to understand that the House of Representatives, led by Mr. Charles at that time, accepted the report and recommendations, and the National Parliament met. Prime Minister at the time was Basdio Pandey, and they accepted the report and they accepted the recommendations, thereby making the recommendations of the DRC law. And the point I've been at pains to make to those who are at the back of the classroom is that we do not need any new piece of legislation to get 6.8%. In fact, I'm going further to say that as it stands now, if you're so lovely, if you're so careful, then give us the 6.9%, which is the maximum that is allowed. Yes. I must then move on to the issue of IFMIS, because that featured heavily in the debates today. And, you know, like several other articles within the budget presentation, I did credit that some of these items were a continuation, and I said so openly. To the point, Madam Presiding Officer, that I even big up in this house, unheard of, a former secretary who I have not seen, who I have not heard from in almost a year or more than a year. But I big him up for the role he played with Man in the Biosphere. And Dr. Faith Israel pointed out that if some ideas sound as though they're coming again, is because we understand all too well your party's inability to execute and to deliver. But about the IFMIS specifically, you see, you will want to quote here for us from a former secretary talking about IFMIS, but that is not evidence of the THA actually putting in the work for IFMIS. What they will not tell you is that the consultants and those who were leading Trinidad and Tobago in that pilot project, because it's still a pilot, and the THA is one of about 3 or 4 ministries or divisions selected to roll out this program. What they will not tell you is that the consultants recommended that the THA be taken off the list from the pilot because we were not executing on time that which we needed to execute. And so when I come to this house and I say openly, and trust me, I could leave here outside of the cloak of parliamentary privilege and say it, because I'm courthouse close too, right? And I also have the evidence, and say it because, well, I sure don't want to raise that, because that is something special coming. So if I was you, I will keep quiet. Come down from there. But I will tell you, finally, the IFMIS project is well on the way. This executive that I now lead was the first executive to adopt the IFMIS by way of an executive council minute and to put a special committee in place for its execution. And I'm advised that by the time we approach end of this fiscal year, we will be able to transition smoothly onto the IFMIS platform. I also heard in the presentation responses about the NITCO issue. And I want to read into this house, Madam Presiding Officer, some elements of a response from NITCO. Because I want it to be clear that we're not just trying to be nefarious or facetious when it comes to the NITCO operations. NITCO, in writing to the THA, is saying to the THA in letter that yes, they had some preliminary discussions with the THA, that they had a joint committee with the THA, but the cabinet minute upon which they operate required that they have an MOU with the THA. So where is the MOU? No MOU signed with the THA as is identified in Act 40 of 1996 as a possibility for this kind of cross-platform arrangement. So no MOU done, no new conversation with the new executive, but you're putting out requests in the papers and ads in the papers. That is beyond insulting. And what they don't know is that the Secretary of Infrastructure has tried many times to meet with NITCO. And NITCO, with their out-of-place said that they're not meeting with no secretary, no line secretary. If the THA Act says that secretaries and ministers can meet, who the hell is NITCO? And then after the fact, will write me to say, well, we want to meet. Of course we'll meet, but we'll meet on my time. Because when we offer to meet with them, they were not ready. So they will now meet on our time. Further, the issue of Kings Bay came up. And certainly my good friend does not understand the man and the biosphere designation. That designation does not mean, the designation does not mean that you cannot have built development in areas in and around the man and the biosphere. In fact, the reason why we celebrated it is because the man and the biosphere allows in areas in and around the man and the biosphere. In fact, the reason why we celebrated it is because the man and the biosphere allows you to develop, unlike if it was a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It allows you to have build development in keeping and in harmony with the environment there, and use the man and the biosphere designation as a platform for which you can market and sell. Further, the minority leader said, but why you're coming with a marina and Kingsway is supposed to have blue flag designation? Well, let me educate this house on what kind of facilities can get a blue flag designation. To be granted blue flag statuses for beaches, marinas, marinas, and sustainable boating tourism operators must comply with a specific set of criteria relating to water quality, information provision, environmental education, safety, and environmental management. The point I want to make is a marina can get a blue flag designation just like a beach. So there is no conflict whatsoever in having a marina and also having blue flag designation. And what was requested by the division is for expressions of interest, for people to put out possible proposals, for us to see what investors who have capital will want to do in a space like Kings Bay. Allow me then to move to the area of autonomy. And it was said that we're too adversarial, antagonistic, that we need to work hand in hand. But at the same time, it was pointed out that we have been the beneficiaries of some things that not even his own party benefited from, notwithstanding the PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad happening at the same time. In fact, over the last 21 years, for 16 of those years, there was the same party in Tobago and the same party in Trinidad. Now watch this. Party change, new dimension, new rules. As party change, Commonwealth start to send the money differently. As party change, he was just rubbishing my predecessor. I have no respect for my predecessors, notwithstanding from the same party. But I might be small in stature, but trust me, Trinidad will have to respect the Tobago Island. And I also wish to point out that in the political history of Tobago, Tobago has never gotten any movement on autonomy unless Tobago voted against PNM. Let's check the history. When Robinson and Dr. Murray went to Trinidad, it's not PNM they voted for, it's DAC they voted for. When we again got some movement in 1996, it wasn't PNM they voted for, was NARB they voted for. The point is, for 16 of the last 21 years, 5 of those years there was a People's Partnership in Trinidad and a PNM in Tobago. Outside of that, for 16 years we had the same party in Tobago as in Trinidad, and we have gotten no significant movement on the autonomy issue. And therefore I am putting it very clearly in this house that if one wants to take our renewed sense of self-confidence as Tobagonians as being aggressive, then so be it. I have long learned that an intelligent and a self-confident Tobagonian is feared by many. And I understand why. Because a Tobagonian that is intelligent and self-confident is a very powerful person, powerful enough to rule this country. And so it is out of that fear, that they're saying, oh gosh, calm down now. Don't be so confident now. Don't be so bold. Don't stand up for your right too much. Don't talk too loud. Be hush, be soft. Well, let me be clear. I have never been known to be hushed and soft. And it will not start now. Certainly not with so much at stake when it comes to Tobago's autonomy. Tobago's autonomy is an entitlement of the Tobagonian, and we will demand it. The minority leader says that we ought to manage expectations with allocations. And that was perhaps the problem of the last 21 years. Because they read all sorts of things from my presentations past, but they did not read the parts where I was saying to the then Secretary of Finance, yes, you will get a certain allocation from Trinidad, but what are we doing to raise revenue? What are we doing to manage our expenses outside of subventions from the sovereign? What are we doing? And we spoke at length here about alternative financing models, about engaging them fully. I went as far as to say, not go through nobody else, not go wrong so and come wrong so. Come straight to Tobago, to the THA, and engage us. And we are willing and ready to open our doors to investors that are responsible. In our minds, we don't expect, even with 6.9% of the national budget, to fund all that we aim to do. We expect to source financing from alternative means, including foreign direct investments, local investors in PPP models. We look at 100% financing of projects, and we pay over time. There are several models that can be employed. And what is required in these difficult economic times is some measure of fiscal creativity. Not the kind that they know about, which is being fiscally genial and tricky, but being creative in getting and sourcing funding. Then he raised the issue of Tobagonians must have preference to opportunities in Tobago. And that's why I said it's confusing. Because on one hand, you're saying, we're too rash, we're too bold-faced, we're too Tobago-centric. Calm down, be calm, be hush, be quiet. But on the other hand, you also want us to ensure we secured preferences for opportunities for Tobago. And let me give you an example that juxtaposes sharply with this. And that's why I have very little patience with NITCO. There was this project in Rocky Bay, going around to Black Rock, Back Bay as we call it. THA taking lands. Give it to somebody in Trinidad in central government and say, look, you go out and put it up for tender and give someone to do a hotel. A Tobagonian and a Tobagonian company made an excellent bid, bringing the same Marriott to Tobago. A Tobagonian wanted to do that, wanted to fund that, had all the funding in place, had all the investors in place. They submitted their tender. Few hours later, they were told, we're scrapping the thing. And then it was redone anew sometime afterwards. And guess what? Out of the blue, a Trinidadian investor popped up with a similar package that was a little superior and won the bid. Is that what you call giving preference in opportunities for Tobagonians? That is PNM style of giving opportunities to their financiers as opposed to Tobagonians. Check the history. Same Milshove. Who get a sweetheart deal there? Sweetheart deal to lease Tobagonian lands for peppercorn. And after they lease it for peppercorn, they build this building that we are required to pay them even for the janitorial services. We can't even hire our own janitors. The AC ain't even working in the building and they're coming to fix it. We are paying hundreds of millions of dollars on that project. Who get a sweetheart deal? Their own financiers, not a single Tobagonian they have ever given a sweetheart deal to. Well, I tell you, this PDP government will be giving sweetheart deals to Tobagonians. Full stop. Then the issue was raised about employment and monetary. And I know the member is talking about CIRAM. But you know what is strange? CIRAM has had a local company operating in Tobago for more years than I have been alive, and certainly the minority has been alive. And guess what? If CIRAM doesn't qualify as a Tobagonian by now, then there are several other people who have migrated to the Tobago space, some of whom working in your office too, right? Or Trinidadians working in office too, should be considered out of place in the Tobago space. So as far as I am concerned, Madam Presiding Officer, CIRAM has more rights than even those working with him and helping him to write those rubbish budget responses. But let's talk about employment and giving all districts what is due unto them. In this budget, Madam Presiding Officer, I raised an issue that came up as part of the PDP mandate. On the platform, we said, ideally, we want to be in a position to give about $10 million per district. That's the ideal. But I made it clear during the lead up to the election that that's the ideal. We may not start with 10 million, we start with whatever we have. And in the budget presentation, I made it clear that this access to fund, this district funding program that we will have, that even his district will be given the same amount that my district or any other district in here will have, because there must be equality for all districts, not some versus the others. I even saw, Madam Presiding Officer, the Division of Infrastructure has a program where they are doing an audit of works to be done district by district. At this very moment, they had finished my district. They reached one little piece of space that can't done. All now we haven't reached Delaford. They haven't reached Deputy Chief Secretary District yet. We haven't touched up to a little while. Somebody from Windsor calling me and I say, oh gosh, it was to come a long time. We're going to try to come over the next 2 weeks. Water washing them away up Windsor. Right? But guess who district was already audited and facilitated by the division? that of the minority leader, because we believe in equity across the board for everybody. For everybody. But let me speak about the issue of employment, because they're trying to push a notion, a faulty notion, that somehow the PDP came into office and we came into the office with such a sharp axe to grind that everywhere the axe falls, PNM people losing their jobs. That's the faulty notion they want to push. And I want to expose the mischief in that, and the hypocrisy in that, and the PNM privilege in that. Because I heard not a mouse squeak when the 400 plus from TSTT was sent home, and then the alleged lover of a manager being brought back into work. Not a peep squeak from a mouse anywhere about that. Them could restructure, but THA can't restructure. But allow me to go in infrastructure for a little while. In infrastructure, we had a unit called monitoring and evaluation. Let's talk about it for a little while, Madam Presiding Officer. And in that unit called monitoring and evaluation, that unit was meant to monitor the works being done and the execution of policies from the division. When we looked at that unit, not a single one of those monitoring and evaluating were engineers. Yet we had non-engineers being asked, being contracted to monitor and evaluate the works of engineers. How they're beginning to do that, I don't know. You had people talking up and playing the lead in. They don't even have 3 CXC subjects to their name, but sit down in M&E. And you expect this administration to operate in similar fashion? We are about merit. If you're qualified to do the work and can do the work, you will be allowed to continue doing the work. If you're not qualified and you can't do the work, then you need to find a place where you qualify for and apply for that, commensurate with that which you can do. That is a strong policy here. And let me be clear. If it is we sought to be vindictive, you know what we would have done? We'd have sent them home, like what they used to do, and just hire. We own to replace. We are hired to replace. Even in the community partnership, which I know is a bit touchy one for the minority leader, right? Very touchy one. But I have not re-engaged anybody in any community partnership, because I felt just like the former chief Ray Sandy, just like the former chief secretary who gave the instruction, Mr. London, just like the former chief administrator Koroma, that unit was not worth its salt. When you have chief ads after chief ads begging this one unit for reports, and when they send for a report, you're getting a report saying, well, we walk with the candidates in election. THA paying people to work with candidates in election? How is that useful money of THA funds, of Tobagonians funds? And so this has to be about merit. It has to do no favor, it has to be about merit. And you're asking about CPEP, and I made it clear with CPEP. In fact, I went out on a limb, a legal limb, and I said with regards to CPEP, given the restructuring of CPEP, after it is being restructured, every member of the management will be asked to reapply, and those that are not successful there, we will seek to position them elsewhere within the THA, so there isn't a loss of earning. I made that abundantly clear publicly, even without the advance. I am the leader of the executive, and if I say it on behalf of everybody on the team. He has to say it. Once I say it, it is said and well said. When I say it is said and well said. Yes, man, some shushing has to happen. But, yes. Please allow for me at least to hear the member for Palliative speak this presentation. Yes, we are almost there. Then the issue of removing barriers for young people from management, and I love that because I believe in that. if I could be voted as Chief Secretary, if people could believe in the message I brought at age 36, then someone as young as I am or younger should be given stewardship of Tobago's prime divisions and departments and companies. I want to see young people lead this place. And it's one of the reasons why the PDP has a policy that once you are of retirement age, you may be a consultant, you may be an advisor, but we are not giving you any long-term contracts. None. And I dare anybody opposite to point out one person we gave a long-term contract working on an establishment within the THA who has passed 60. We met people who in the 70s, 60-something, retire a long time, arthritis knocking out the knee, and holding on, and we don't want to put young people there. And I made it a very firm position. When your contract up, go home and mind grandbabies. Let young people get an opportunity. So if we're talking about removing barriers, let's start with one of the real barriers that young people have been complaining about. That we have a set of people, and no love lost for the seniors and elders. I love you all. But it can't be at the expense of ensuring that young people have an opportunity to also contribute. When will a young person get the chance? When they're 50? After somebody is dead? That cannot be how we run a successful island. And so immediately that was a very firm policy that we held on to. And talking about home ownership for young people, I gave what is perhaps the bravest plan for young people in indicating that part of that build out of houses is that we need to do a specialized housing estate, especially for young professionals 40 and under, because we recognize that when someone is in their 20s and really and truly should be taking a long-term mortgage, they have to wait until they're 40 because they just can't have access. Land prices are too exorbitant. Home ownership is too high. He raised the issue of home ownership for low-income owners. Well, it's good you talk about 600,000. We have been trying to meet a target of 300,000, half of that. And we already have plans in place to have the modular home ship here that will allow for us to, in a very affordable manner, a cheaper yet durable manner, be able to provide home ownership for even daily rated workers who will get $235 per day and the little $2 and some change that Mr. Imbert decided they must get. And then, unbelievably, they raised issue about let's put a farmer's market in Roxborough. But you know what is strange about that? You know, Madam Presiding Officer, when I was growing up and traveling from town to school, from Speyside to town every day for school and back, I know there used to be a market right in Roxborough. Who mash it up? Is them break it up and never build back one? Not only that, traveling from Speyside to town, Roxborough have an abattoir. Who mash it up? Is them mash it up? I was even born in Roxborough in 1985. Who stopped that? Who mashed that up? It's all them. And therefore, this is about restoring the years that were stolen, the years lost to the locusts and the cankerworms. And so, you don't worry, Mr. Minority Leader. We have a Deputy Chief Secretary who holds Roxborough firmly. And if given a chance, Roxborough will even have airport in the sea. Because there is no limit to the vision for Roxborough as a town in the east. Because we are firm in our mind that there must not be any town versus country when it comes to Tobago. There must be one Tobago with level playing field for development across the board.
Correct.
I want to give you credit though for something you raised that has been bothering me for a while. The issue of an arm of the medical board. Because you see, I listen and it has been bothering me for a long while. When we got into office and we got in at a time when the mortality rate was almost at its highest, when infection rate was at its highest, and we're saying, look, we need to do something fast. And we're looking at the burnout. I walk the hospital, and every quarter I go to, the medical professionals are complaining. they're tired, they're being burnt out, they're being overworked, too many hours. And we said, okay, let us explore bringing some foreign medical practitioners to Tobago. In fact, I sat down, while my members were in retreat, I left the retreat with the Secretary for Health, sat down with one Dr. Nathaniel Duke, whom you should know, and started exploring the possibility of bringing foreign medical professionals here. And then we realized we had one major challenge, because there were Tobagonians living abroad wanting to come home and contribute. And they were complaining that they couldn't get any ability to contribute because this medical board and nursing council who meeting once per month, who not meeting on holidays, and who close off for Christmas and all kind of craziness. And they just could not get the chance to contribute. And I kept asking this legal question. If the THA has 5th schedule responsibility for health, what really and truly legally stops the THA from setting up its own medical board in Tobago and its own nursing council on the island to see about our business? And this is something I agree with you on, whether it is an arm of the National Medical Board or we set up our own medical board, it is something worth exploring, because Tobago cannot be made to wait on Trinidad when we want to progress. Right now we are being stymied by those in the public service, and I got a letter from them sometime, I think earlier this week, with them indicating they want to come and meet with me, and I can't wait to give them the length of my tongue, because too much of Tobago's business have been left on somebody's desk. Sit down in Trinidad.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Sure, no concern, no kind of speed, nothing. Imagine we have positions in the THA, cabinet approved since 2004. Since 2004, and all know it can't be classified. 2004, I didn't even start university yet. And still not classified to this day. That is evidence. There's no greater evidence of a lack of care when it comes to Tobago's business. But then we went to, I want to say something quickly about contract employment in general. I've noticed a pattern in the Tobago space, Madam Presiding Officer, whereby there seem to be, with contract employment, a kind of a rollover arrangement. And rollover is good. But the problem with the rollover arrangement is that the rollover is happening without due diligence, and the rollover is happening without proper appraisals. So you sit at a desk as a secretary, and an administrator will send umpteen files for you to just sign off on contracts. I am looking through the files. I don't know 3/4 of the people in the file. You look through the file, there is no resume attached to the file. Just a contract and the old exit minute. So I don't know if this person I'm being asked to sign on for an extension or for a new contract, whether they were qualified in the first place for the job. I don't know whether they did well in the job or not, but I'm expected to just close my eye and sign on the dotted line. I have made it clear to the executive that we are no rubber stamps, and that there has to be a process. Yes, I agree with rollover. You have a worker that's doing well, a worker that is contracted, that worker must be retained. In fact, if I have my way, such a worker will not even get a 3-year contract. Such a worker will get a 7-year contract, because after a while you're good as permanent. But you can't just ask secretaries to just, and I hear it being said that we're not signing on for people to get new contracts. But what are we signing on? You don't know the individual. You haven't seen a resume for the person. You're not seeing an appraisal for the person. But you're just being asked, just sign. That cannot be how we do business. And that's what has resulted in THA losing umpteen court cases. As for the issue of debt management, I announced that I already established a debt management committee. And I know nobody else I should talk about debt management. None. Right? Because when you could decide to give out hundreds of millions in contracts, and even contracts, commitment letters, no contract, no scope of work, no BIQs, nothing, nobody, no QSN sit down and say the work will cost this, and man just sit down and say, hey, look at paper, do that what then, 15 million, hey, you 5, hey, you 10, hey, you 3. That is how we give out contracts. in the THA. And on top of it, the executive will even identify a source of income to pay for it. And just simply say the Secretary of Finance go find the money. But the last time I checked, by where I live at number 26 Roosevelt Local Road, Speyside, the trees I have there was guava, I have barbadine, I have cherry, I have lime, I have mango, I have chenet, I have some goats. I look all over and me and see no money tree growing there. And therefore, the debt management has to be managed properly, or else we will have a situation where we will not be able to execute new capital development projects if all we are doing is paying the debt. So we will pay the debt responsibly, as I have indicated in the budget and indicated clearly. Finally, Madam Presiding Officer, you know, the minority councillor started talking about home ownership and how we're going to get to 1,000 over the 4-year period. And I'm saying to the minority councillor again that this is one of the areas that we are looking for alternative funding. We're not looking for the central government and subvention to be able to provide all of that funding. I know that's not possible. I know that's not possible at all. And the issue of land ownership and preparing lands, I don't know that it needs to take the THA 5 and 6 and 7 years and 10 years and 21 years just to prepare land, just to buy and prepare land. There are private developers doing that in a much speedier turnaround. Something has to be wrong with the THA. And one of the reasons why we're bringing town and country planning to the THA is to be able to fix some of those issues. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, I know my time is fast spent. And I will have enough time to talk about the Auditor General and all the nefarious activities. But I so beg to move, Madam Presiding Officer, that at this point, we move into the committee stage so that we can look at the details of the expenditures.
Thank you, Member for Pallitive Lansom Speyside. Members, this House will now enter into the committee mode. I will now ask our visitors in the gallery, the administrators, and the media to please leave the chambers so that this House and its members may enter into committee mode. I would also ask for the media to be turned down at this time. evening, members. Again, the sitting will now resume. Have a seat.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. After the House having met and approved the schedules in the draft estimates, be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceedings. I so move, Madam Presiding Officer.
Thank you, member. Honorable members, the question proposed is, be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceeding. Members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
Abstain.
The ayes have it.
Can we have a decision so that we have a record of the vote and abstain? 1 against 14. Division for one man.
Yes. The clerk will call. Division. Or with division, you just have to call each member individually and ask for their vote.
Member for Bethesda Lescoto.
Aye.
Member for Palative Lansfamy Speyside.
Aye.
Member for Roxborough Argyle.
Aye.
Member for Belgarden Glamorgan.
Aye.
Member for Plymouth Blackrock.
Aye.
Member for Scarborough Mount Grace.
Aye.
Member for Patience Hill Signal Hill.
Aye.
Member for Mount St. George Goodwood.
Aye.
Councillor. Member for Buku Mount Pleasant. Member for Lambo Lowlands. Member for Bonaccord Crown Point. Member for Bacolet Bagatelle. Member for Mason Hall. Member for Bethel Newgrange. Minority Councillor. Minority Leader, Member for Darrell Springwim. The ayes have it. Sorry. Councillor, I'm sorry. Sorry. By September, we'll have a full horseshoe. I apologize. Minority Councillor, not Minority Councillor, Councillor Sertika Williams Orr and Councillor Tashia Boris. Thank you. The ayes have it. I'm sorry, I apologize. Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I now beg to move that this House stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Members, the question is that this House stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Have a pleasant evening. Reach home safely. Good afternoon.
Stay up.